Than this, it's guys being dudes here on the Locked On NFL broadcast of night 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm Joe Marino. He's Kyle Krabs. We are your co-hosts of the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast, and we're going to be here for you from right now until the end of night 2. So a bunch of picks happening tonight. We're going to be breaking them all down for you. We had a lot of fun last night. We look forward to doing the same again tonight. Kyle, welcome.
Welcome. The dust settled. We've kind of had a chance to recalibrate, which is a part of the process with, night 1 to night 2. My first question, just to put you right back on the hot seat, how are you feeling?
Excited.
This seems like they're going to make their first pick now.
Yeah, they have the top pick here, 33. Go ahead.
Don't be disrespectful, or I might come over to your house to take that hat off your head.
What? I don't. Oh, yeah. Dave Tepper shade already like that. They're picking at 40, so we'll get to them as well.
Yep.
But a big night for the Bills, 33, 60, and 90 after trading out of the first round yesterday. And so they enter this top pick today, of course, with the big need at wide receiver. There's receivers that are available. A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin, I feel like are the buzziest names right now. Ladd McConkey maybe deserves a little shout out. So there's certainly that opportunity. But Kyle, as we enter day 2, I feel like the best players right now that are available are defensive players, whether that's Cooper DeJean, the defensive back out of Iowa, Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. And so I'll be curious to see if the Bills take advantage of those players sliding out of round 1, or if they lean into the obvious need at wide receiver and get that done with this first pick, or do they trade, right? Obviously, they've had the entire time from midnight until this moment to field calls for this pick. And so do they stick and pick, or do they have a deal that they like?
Well, that'll happen when you don't get a single defensive player in the first 14 picks. Kind of the waterfall effect is as that evens out, it'll give you some defensive talent that's left. You mentioned DeJean and Johnny Newton. I would extend it beyond just the pick at 33. Players that I had graded kind of in that late 1, early 2 range included Javon Bullard, the safety from Georgia, Mike Sandersill, the nickel corner from Michigan, Kool-Aid McKinstry, corner from Alabama. And then Trey Benson and Ben Sinnott are my 2 high water but low value positions, not premium positions. So you're not surprised that maybe they stick around a little bit longer on the offensive side of the ball. So those are kind of my highest graded guys coming into day 2.
I think that's a good call out on Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'm looking at my board. He's sitting there as a first round grade for me. So yeah, I should have definitely included him in those comments. When you look at this day 2, obviously, we talked about some of those defensive players, but is there a position group that you still feel really good about what hasn't been cleaned out? There's 2 that stand out for me, but I'll give you the floor on this one.
I think corner is one. I think the cornerback room, we mentioned McKinstry and Sandersill is very different types of players, right? Between a nickel undersized guy and then a big physical perimeter corner. But then Renardo Green and Rakestraw and Melton and Abrams Drain and Elijah Jones and TJ Tampa and Lassiter, in spite of him running slow, I think is a day 2 corner.
Yeah, he's a good player, yeah.
Cam Hart, I think, has some really high ceiling. I think he's a scheme-specific guy. Teams that like those long toolsy guys like Kansas City and Tampa Bay, a couple of teams that have a need at corner, stand out to me. So I think corner's got a ton of double-digit talent on day 2.
What's interesting, I'm glad you went there because I thought there was 2 positions in mind, and I didn't have corner as one of those top 2. So that furthers kind of the opportunities that exist here. Kyle, I still have 11 receivers graded on day 2 available.
Can we come back and acknowledge the weekly huddle here? I don't mean to cut you off, but this is very cool. This comment from the weekly huddle. Shout out to Kyle and Joe. Been a viewer since 2019. Y'all inspired me to chase the dream, and now I'm about to start my first scouting job with the University of Buffalo next week.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, weekly huddle. We've been interacting for a while. Takes on takes. Always a good participant there. All the best to you in your endeavors. 11 day 2 receivers remain for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
As Kyle counts.
I have 9.
9.
9.
And I have 8 safeties. Like, all the safeties are there, and I really like a lot of these players. So I think there's some great opportunities there for teams. I also think this is where the sweet spot for me is for the defensive tackles. We got Chris Jenkins. We already have talked about Johnny Newton, but Chris Jenkins, Michael Hall, Rook Oro, Brandon Dorley.
You went for it.
Yeah, we're gonna have.
That's not a small deal. You win for the name.
No, we maybe won't go for the Yale tackle. I'll leave that one to you. Ahmed Gadje. Yeah,
there you go. You nailed it.
So, plenty of good players left.
I think the interior defensive line group is a sneaky good group to invoke. You Hall, Dorless, Rook, Chris Jenkins, Braden Fisk. I've got Mason Smith and Dwayne Carter right on that fringe for very different reasons. Like, they're very different players. But if you told me they snuck into the very tail end of the top 100, Carter is a pass rush interior guy, and Mason Smith is just oozes of tools. Almost like the build almost reminds me of Perion Winfrey.
Yeah, it's a good call.
And Perion had a very roundabout pathway to the league, but it was always the potential versus the production and putting it all together for him. And unfortunately, he's gotten a little bit derailed since he's got in the league. But Mason Smith, from a prototype perspective, it's kind of the same vibe for him as a player. Would not be surprised if he snuck in to the top 100. So I think that's a really good spot to invoke. And then I would also say interior offensive line. Oh, I think the tackles are just about wiped out. There's probably 3 guys that are probably going to go in the first 10, 15 picks.
I would think so. Yes, probably good chances here.
I think because of that, you might get like Blake Fisher might get elevated. The other tackle from Notre Dame might go a little higher than maybe you anticipated as a result of that. Or Amagaje, who you mentioned from Yale, who's super raw. But I only have one true interior offensive lineman off the board. And it was Graham Barton, not Cody Barton, Graham Barton. And I do not think there's a particularly large drop-off from Barton to a couple of the guys here at the start of day 2 that, well, you and I had this conversation after we recorded today's Locked On NFL Scouting. I don't know how many true interior offensive line need spots there are in the first half of the second round. So that might be a really good value spot when you get towards the back half of the round.
I also find myself very fascinated in the running backs. Your number 1 back is Trey Benson as well.
Yes.
Stud. Where does he go? Jonathan Brooks. We heard Jerry
Raiders.
Jones. What was that?
Raiders 44. Trey Benson.
Well, as a Zamir White dynasty owner that stashed him for all this time, please allow me to have this moment with Zamir White.
Just shoot my shot. I did a second round mock draft and I gave him Trey Benson.
They need offensive line. I would hope that they would do that. But Jonathan Brooks,
they need a right
Raiders.
Tackle. Yeah.
Yeah, they need a starting right guard and a starting right tackle in my opinion.
They got Parm and they signed what's his name, Cody Whitehair.
Kyle, you know as good as I do on
Cody Whitehair's a starting caliber player. He's a starting caliber player. So, like, I think you could justify if they went offensive line. I would love to see the Raiders go with Rosengard. I'd much rather see them get a right tackle than an interior offensive lineman because they gave Andre James $8 million per. They have Parm on a rookie deal, and they just signed a vet guy.
Yeah, I don't think, to use your words against you, Cody Whitehair doesn't prevent me from drafting any interior offensive lineman in this class.
But is Zamir White going to be your feature back? When
I sure as hell hope so. I sure as hell hope
the Joe Marino fantasy owner element out of the equation here. Would Zamir White be a preferred starting running back for you, especially when you consider how you have Trey Benson graded and what Trey Benson is as a runner, as a high 4.3s, 215-pound, super physical back? Yes or no?
But I would not prioritize the running back. So, yes, I would love to have Trey Benson over Zamir White, but I'd much rather have the upgrade when it comes to the offensive line. Now, if I can get past Trey Benson, Jonathan Brooks, I've been trying to talk about him. We heard Jerry Jones come out yesterday and talk about just how highly graded of a player that he is.
Best interview in 30 years, baby.
Right, best come on now. You talk about a clear opportunity for playing time. Who's their starting running back? Is it Royce Freeman right now or Rico Dowdle? Like, I think that's something we should keep an eye on. The Blake Corum sweepstakes, everybody probably presumes that he's going to go to the Chargers. Does that happen? I could see any team liking Blake Corum. So I think the running backs in their landing spots is going to be very fascinating today.
Any other backs do you think sneak in?
Well, we hope that Jalen Wright sneaks in, which is a great opportunity for us to talk about. Yeah, we're in the Huddle Report contest where we submit a predictive top 100 players. And so far we're 32 for 32. You better be 32 for 32.
Yeah, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You don't if you miss one in the first round.
So we will be hoping for as many players off of that to go. And if you guys listen to that episode of Locked On NFL Scouting on Tuesday, we debated that last spot, and we finally came back to Jalen Wright, the running back from Tennessee, based on just the size, the athleticism, and the numbers issue, right? Like, we couldn't fill it up based on historical norms to get to the amount of running backs that typically would go in the top 100. So we made a choice to put him in there. So obviously we hope he goes.
How about this linebacker group? I mean, this was the first time ever we win a first round without a running back or a linebacker drafted in the first round of an NFL draft.
Say that one more time.
This is the first time ever.
Really?
We have gone a first round without a linebacker or a running back in the first round.
So both. So one of them wouldn't be the qualifier. Both. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. The times are changing.
So let me ask you this. Is that more the talent pool or is that more the trends of the league?
Oh, come on. We just watched some running backs get paid big time dollars. I think there's still an appetite. And we saw linebackers and running backs get paid above average money.
I think it's about the class.
Man, and that's such an interesting parallel because we tied that into the offensive line last night. You remember that discussion? Talk about how the tackle run happened because there were no good tackles in free agency. Mm-hmm. The other side of that coin is one interior offensive lineman goes, and all these offensive linemen got crazy dollars in free agency. That might be a really nice kind of thing to look back on and look for predictive trends, if there's any that exist, as far as a correlation between free agent dollar spending at a position group and the early round action in the NFL draft.
Your top linebacker, Peyton Wilson, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Once you work through your, who do you expect to go today?
So day two linebackers.
Yeah.
I think at some point in the top 100, Peyton Wilson's going to be too good of a tape player to pass up. I have Junior Colson as my next linebacker from Michigan. Big kid, but pretty good in space, pretty good in coverage. I actually think he's a better coverage player than he is a run defender as far as the instincts and feeling it and seeing it and getting downhill into it. Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M is a long space defender, really dynamic, really good pressure player from depth, really explosive first step. For some of these teams that want to play underneath zones and have eyes on the quarterback and have guys that can run and chase you and get the quarterback down, I think he's a player that can fill that kind of role. And then Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is next in line for me, so he's my fourth best linebacker, and those are the only ones I have second and third round grades on. I do have Trevin Wallace as my next in line, who's got some really nice physical tape, but a little bit more of a thump player than some of the other guys that we talked about.
Yeah, I only have three day two grades on linebackers: Wilson, Colson, Cooper, myself. So I see that very similarly to you. So early picks here, we have Buffalo, New England, Arizona, Washington, LA Chargers. Kyle, I see at least 3 wide receiver spots there.
Chargers. They're going Roman Wilson, right?
That would make a lot of sense. I think actually that's a very good skill set to introduce to what they have with Palmer and Johnson.
Right, a couple of big body vertical long strider guys outside. have Wilson to go with that, and then the physical tight ends and kind of the complementary ancillary players in that regard. So I like Roman Wilson there. Man, if I'm the Bills, I kind of want to swing big and go with A.D. Mitchell.
I'd get it, yeah.
So you're outside the first round. You kind of mitigated your risk a little bit. You recoup some extra picks. I think that the risk versus reward of A.D. Mitchell is a really enticing conversation at that point.
Yeah.
You know, last time pick 33 got traded?
I feel like based on some of the stuff I've picked up on today, it's very rare. It got traded last night, right? But you're referring to
as far as like the overnight.
Yeah. Does it ever happen?
It was Chris Trapasso had it. It was 2015.
Okay, so not that
last
often.
time.
Not that often. Yeah, I think A.D. Mitchell at this point, under these circumstances, given both the need for the Bills and the style of player that he is, and the ceiling, which is really high. I mean, size, athleticism, pretty fluid for his size. I mean, he's got great body control and really good ball skills and hands. I mean, doesn't drop anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's other concerns, obviously. I know the diabetes and how that's been managed. I think there's been some concerns that you can see on tape, but I think a very reasonable swing for Buffalo under these circumstances. And you think about New England, and I feel like if Keon Coleman gets past Buffalo, isn't Keon Coleman like very much the prototype that we've seen New England go after? Now, I don't know if that inspires them to go a different way, right?
It should.
But it certainly fits their 10-year.
Give me Ladd McConkey to New England.
Honestly, any one of those teams.
Yeah, I think Ladd's a good, really good option. I also would not mind Jalen Polk to New England too.
Yeah,
for coming from a vertical offense and Drake May and wanting to push the ball down the field with what his strengths are as a player, I think that makes a lot of sense.
You forget Drake May is a quarterback for the Patriots.
Yeah,
I do. I think that's the right type of player. I wonder if Devontae Walker, right?
Walker, yeah,
right. I mean, I don't know if 34 is too high or not, but
Troy Franklin.
So wouldn't that be interesting if like we started to see these college quarterbacks and receivers link up, right? Does Denver? I mean, they don't really pick until the third round. Is that where
Troy
they
Franklin
go?
There would that be go do that? This is a big popular thing the last 3-4 years.
I mean, when's the Atlanta pick? I mean, they're going to get for 3 or 4 years from now. They'd like to get some of those receivers in the fray for Penix. 2027 was our big focus for that team.
Just getting over that, digesting that pick the first time.
I don't think we can. That's going to be a long time conversation.
What's one pairing you want to see? I want to see Arizona take Johnny Newton.
That'd be a great pick for them. I want to see Michael Hall go to the Cleveland Browns. I think that's a cherry on top for their football team right now.
Yep. Don't pick the linebacker at 54, right?
No.
It's a devalued position. It's your first pick. Some interior rush depth. I dig it. I like it a lot.
We've talked a lot about the Bills. I'm sensitive to our Fins Up fans here. The Dolphins picking at 55. What's your frame of mind right now?
Well, what we know and what I've heard is that they were trying to move up from 21. And then they were trying, after they picked at 21, to get back into the first round at the end of the night last night. And one of the teams that I know that they had called, I don't want to say too much, but the players that were picked from that point onward, I don't know necessarily were players that I would have assumed Miami would have been targeting. So I kind of have an instinct that they are either going to start to see how the board falls, and if it falls favorably, they might get patient, but then pull from their 2025. They're expected to get 2 third-round compensatory picks. At worst case scenario, they'll get a 3 and a 4. I think they're pretty much locked in for Christian Wilkins to be a 3, just based off it's like the 5th highest paid contract in football. I know there's a snap volume percentage there that our Buffalo listeners are sensitive to because Tremaine Edmonds was supposed to be a 3 and was right on the
heard
fringe,
about it.
But he missed a game or 2 games, and it ended up, I think that ended up being the difference in him not being a 3.
Right. Something.
I think the Wilkins contract is high enough, so I would not be surprised if they did kind of pull from that expectation of extra mid-round draft capital next year to get another pick today. It would not surprise me. I think they'll do something aggressive at some point today.
Who's on your wish list?
Oh, man. Any one of the 4 second-round interior offensive linemen that I have graded, which is Frazier, Powers, Johnson, Christian Haynes, or Cooper Beebe. I would not mind.
Can I pause right there? I think when I watched Haynes, I thought
he's the best outside zone run blocker.
Right. I'm like, okay, that's a Miami Dolphin. That's a Miami Dolphin. You would have a heck of a athletic pairing in him and Brewer next to each other. I mean, those guys.
You have an NFL tackle in Isaiah Wynn for however long he stays healthy is the other guy.
Yeah.
So that's, I think that's the best scheme fit. I think the question is, do they want to add a different layer to what they do? And if they do, then maybe one of the power guys in Powers, Johnson, or BB, if they're there, would make sense instead.
Okay, so I stopped you on interior offensive line. Was there other positions that you're thinking about?
I
feel like the wide receiver 3 conversation is interesting for me with Miami as well.
I kind of have an expectation that Odell Beckham is going to get done
some point.
So, I don't think they're boxed in there. I'd be interested if I wouldn't mind a tight end, but I would not want the tight end to be the one that they've been so commonly linked to, which is Jatavian Sanders.
Yeah.
I think they have that player on the roster, but a better version of it with Jonnu Smith. Add a different player, add the true multi-tool weapon that you don't have. I think that would be Ben Sinnott, but is that at 55? Would you trade down? That's kind of where I'd be interested if they went that route.
I had a request from somebody for us to touch on Cooper DeJean a little bit, and maybe speculate on why he didn't go in the first round. And do you think is it something to do with maybe that late injury? He only went on 4 visits, or is it just the fact that we did get 14 offensive players in a row? We didn't get our first defensive back until 21, right? We only get 3 first-round corners. Is it that, or is there something that maybe we're overrating in the skill set?
Well, I mean, he also had a lower body injury. It was a foot injury. And he only came back and he tested at 2 weeks after getting cleared.
Yeah.
So I still think that's maybe still something where the proximity of him getting cleared, in addition to, I think there is some scheme specificity if you're going to play him at corner versus if you play him at safety. And if everybody just views him as a safety, there's been better safeties than Cooper DeJean that have not gone in the first round. So that there's the positional value element there that I think really complicates that evaluation. Broken
fibula in November for Cooper DeJean. Which that's better than an ACL, right? That's a you can come back from that pretty well. I mean, obviously he was cleared in March. That's a fairly quick turnaround. So it's probably those things going into it. He still comes out and his pro days runs 4.44, 38.5-inch vert, 10.4 broad. He didn't do the agilities, but certainly showcased the explosiveness that we saw on tape. And so it looks like I don't think there's any real concern that he wouldn't be fully ready to go for the season and really be able to do the normal things that he's supposed to do at this point as an NFL player.
Jose wants to know over under 4.5 trades today.
I would say over, wouldn't you?
I might be inclined to think that we might get over 4.5 in the second round.
Yeah. Where can I get in on this action? Do you have a book we can go to get on that line?
And Raider, not like Vegas Raiders, but Raider Neil says Waller retiring. Is that official?
I've not seen this, so don't have that. Cannot validate it. But that is a good reminder that we are thankful that you're here. And so we want you to be very active in the chat. We'll try to engage with it as much as we can. So let us know what you're thinking. We're going to have a lot to say, obviously, about a lot of picks tonight. What, are we going to get 60 picks or something like that tonight? Let us know what you're thinking as well.
60. It's more than that.
I don't know how many picks are there.
It's 32 around.
Oh, yeah. There's
at least 64, and then there's comp picks.
Yeah, so we have. I'll tell you the answer. We're going through
70?
We're going through pick 100 today. So exactly 100 picks. We've already done 32 of them. So
great.
We have, is that 68? I know that math on the fly is a very dicey
You did.
Is that correct?
Job.
Is that correct? Because
that is correct.
I've had plenty of goofs, and boy, oh boy, do people like to tell me whenever I goof on math. So,
like Rose from Titanic last night.
It's the old lady with a hat. And then, didn't I see that meme a couple times today? You
did. Yeah, it managed to come through our timelines and our mentions more than once.
Add it to the list of moments that I've had with you on the internet talking about things.
We're almost ready to ring the bell, right, and get started.
We are 4 minutes from that. Hopefully there's no delay in putting the Bills on the clock.
Did you see the call that Poles had with Caleb Williams yesterday?
I did not see this.
He said the NFL told me to hold the pick for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Which is fine. Gives us a chance to get out in front of the production a little bit. Per Bill Enright, Waller officially retired. Need to be careful in these live streams. People put funny names in here trying to get you to say something dumb. So I don't even know if Bill Enright's a real person.
Careful with it. I'm telling you, I have a feed of the people that you see it?
Sports betting and fantasy football for SI. Sources, Darren Waller officially retired.
Okay. I mean, Daniel Bellinger season for the New York Football Giants, if that winds up being true.
Hey, can I get on my soapbox here for a minute as we get started?
Yeah.
I saw on my timeline somebody had the 2025 first overall pick odds. And who do you think was second highest odds for the 2025 NFL draft? Go number one overall.
Shedeur Sanders.
He was number one.
Okay, so that's the number one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Does Penn State have a pass, or Ohio State has a pass rusher? Isn't there some really good receiver at Missouri?
It's all quarterbacks.
Oh, I don't know. Is there another good quarterback?
Here's the thing: it's a quarterback, but it's not a good one. Quinn Ewers has the second best. I would like everybody to contact the Gaming Commission and file a formal code. This is theft. They're stealing from you. To have Quinn Ewers at plus 300 second best odds to be the number one overall pick.
Objectively not good tape last year. Yeah, that's
just watching all those dudes. And Texas was loaded, right? It was Brooks. They had a tackle, Christian Jones. They had Mitchell. They had Worthy. They had Sanders. We watched a ton of Texas.
And players against them, right?
Right. I was dismayed to see that list and see Quinn Ewers was number 2 on the list.
Yeah.
He's going to lose the starting job to Archie.
He better, or else that says a lot to me about Archie, because Malik Murphy can't play either. So watching Graham Mertz at Florida and Quinn Ewers at Texas was two of the most frustrating things that I watched in my endeavors to study this class.
But did you know that Xavier Worthy and Ricky Pearsall didn't have good production profiles?
Well, I wonder why, Kyle Krabs. I wonder why. All right, we are coming up on the top of the hour. I'm going to tell you about LinkedIn, and then we will get into the second round of the 2024 NFL Draft.
Let's do it.
Folks, when you're hiring for your small business, you want to find quality professionals that are right for the role, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't hire and find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively seeking a new job, but might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even look on other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. And LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now and might not have the time or resources to hire. Well, luckily, LinkedIn knows that, and they're constantly looking for ways to make that process easier. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Ross Jackson time.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef-designed recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy-to-read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
So we had wardrobe changes, and I do have a surprise for everybody. I came prepared with a little something different today as well.
Okay.
A little extra hydration. Where do you want to go from here? So we wait for this bell to ring and the Bills to make a pick, assuming they're going to make a pick.
Yeah, it sounds like historically they will. What do you think about some of the trade opportunities for veterans, right? We didn't see any of it happen yesterday, but between the 49ers receivers, which it felt like they were taking calls, and now that's off the table, Cortland Sutton, I don't know, Darius Slayton, are you thinking about any veterans that could be on the move tonight?
I don't know for picks tonight. I mean, maybe somebody gets moved tonight, but like, who's going for a 2? Ayuk would be the one, and I just don't think they have the incentive to trade him. I think their runway with Ayuk and his trend as a player is more favorable than Debo. I think the challenge, and you and I we didn't talk about this on the show, did we? The tradability of Debo.
You and I talked about it after the show.
Right. So it was after the show when we did like 45 minutes before we recorded a 30-minute conversation, and then we talked for another 30 minutes after we did the 30-minute show. He's due like $37 million, and I think his salary is fully guaranteed this year. So, and this year's $20 million in salary. So, like, who's trading to acquire that contract for Deebo Samuel? And for what?
New England was a team that made sense to me because they have the cap space to take that on, obviously a need, and they just drafted Jarek May, and they got to give this guy a real chance. I thought that was a pretty clean opportunity. I don't know if they're going to do that, right? It feels like.
But Deebo's not going for a 2, and Deebo's probably not going for a 3 because of the financial implications of that contract.
So, but the point being that they do have the cap space. So if they were to offer a 4th-round pick, and San Francisco said yes, but I think the point being that if you're San Francisco, just keep Deebo. Like, just enjoy this depth of weapons that you have this year and go try to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, very clearly, like, if just keep everybody, there's no reason to cut bait. Like, is the most valuable thing for you Deebo Samuel this year or a 4th-round pick? To me, it's Deebo.
I would be inclined to agree. I think you're dealing with people though, and there's emotions involved, and it seems like
don't care about that.
It feels like everybody's a little tense. Feels like Ayuk's tense about the contract. It feels like Deebo's tense about the trade rumors. How they just drafted Pearsall. I do think they have a numbers problem on their hands.
You could be the Cincinnati Bengals and just stiff arm every trade request that's come through your way for 20 years.
You could, yeah.
Because ultimately, the teams do have the leverage, right? They do.
Until a player retires. Like Carson Palmer.
Right, but even then, they still had to, like, work out a trade and all. Like,
right.
That's still a huge step. Right. Like, that's a... to retire because you want out that bad is a huge statement. You only get so many years to play this game, right? Like, to voluntarily step away for a season, whether that's legacy or money. Like that's hard. That's still hard. Is it going to work? Yeah, boom, there it is. Glad I can come through for you, bub.
It just feels like everybody else's wide receivers, though, right? Like, that's the spot right now where teams are willing to move veteran players and not pay them. I think there's depth at a lot of these spots, and I think that's the challenge for any of these wide receivers getting moved. You mentioned you have 11 day 2 wide receivers left. I have 9. Why would I have any inclination to think somebody would trade for Deebo Samuel on a second contract or trade to give $100 million plus contract to one of the other guys?
Proven commodity, I guess, would be your selling point, and it makes different sense for different teams.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it started, Roger. What are we doing, bud? We want picks. You know, it's not just because it's the Bills. I want to see this draft start to develop and see where these dominoes start to fall. Quarterbacks today. Do we get one? Do we get Spencer Rattler?
I think the question's if Michael Pratt goes today too.
Who are you thinking? Like, do the Raiders, are they a quarterback team today?
Yeah.
Wasn't there some reports out there that the Saints were trying to move up for a quarterback? I thought I saw that yesterday.
It would not surprise me, but here's the thing that makes that really tough too is when they traded for Jake Haener,
mm-hmm.
and I think they gave up like a future meaningful pick for Jake Haener. And their thought was, it'll be a long-term backup quarterback. And like, you're kicking the tires elsewhere already.
Yeah, it says something.
Matt Curran says reports were Seattle, New Orleans, and Las Vegas wanted up for Michael Penix.
The other team that I thought was interesting is I feel like there was some like Rams quarterback stuff. Like there's some thoughts that maybe Penix in round 2 for them, Knicks in round 2, or trading back in for one of them. I don't know if Rattler like gives me McVay vibes, but
I believe I saw Stafford. There's a desire there for more, I think, guaranteed money as well. So this is the cost of the quarterback market getting turned upside down, right? Is everybody who was playing for $38 to $40 million is looking back at their contract saying, well, hold on, wait a minute. This doesn't feel right.
Right. It's an interesting dynamic with that. And I mean, for the Staffords of the world, I mean, what Josh Allen right now is the 12th highest paid quarterback in the NFL at like $43 million a season. And he's got
give it another couple months, he'll be lower than that unless he gets a new deal, because there's a few more coming.
Right. And so like it feels like you just break all your rules for quarterbacks, right? Like you do look at it 3 years before it's up, right? I mean, so that's always fascinating. So do you think yes or no, Pratt goes today or no?
I will say yes.
Okay. So you think we get 2? Is there another one?
No.
That would be pretty surprising if we got another one.
Because it would be who? Jordan Travis or Joe Milton?
Yeah, that'd be tough. Joe Milton be a tough sell today. Watched him quite a bit looking at players for Tennessee and on the other, going against Tennessee. And boy, he's a rough watch.
Eric's checking in from Australia.
Oh, let's go. Thank you. From down under.
We had, how many countries were represented last night?
A lot.
It was like more than a dozen.
Yeah. Should we a little roll call? Where are you watching
Where are we at tonight?
Where are you watching this stream from? Drop it in the chat. North Carolina here.
Brett wants to know who I would hate to see the Bills draft right now as a Dolphins guy. DeJean's my best player available. No, Johnny Newton's my best player available, but I would say one of those two guys, which I think is I would still lean to you guys probably drafting a wide receiver just based off of the need. New Orleans, West Virginia, Vegas, Missouri.
We saw Guam in there.
Guam, Thailand.
Some friends north of the border here, some Canadian viewers tonight.
London.
Like the first person that responded was Hawaii. Let's go.
Hawaii.
Yeah, good luck.
Hawaii.
Okay, Kyle, the NFL draft is open. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Let's have a night. Let's have
some fun. Keep it loose tonight, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's always a little bit more dialed up on night one.
Right.
It's the formality of it.
You feel like your franchise is on the line with the pick, you know?
Yes. I'm sitting back in my chair a little more relaxed tonight.
Right.
I'm also not getting ready to make a pick, so I know maybe can't speak for you, but
we'll see. Maybe the heart rate's a little higher. We got a good crowd in here. Bills are on the clock. We'll probably get ahead of the live broadcast if you're on TV, so we'll make no apologies for it. As we get picks, we're going to talk about them, so we'll probably be pretty far ahead.
It's a good call out. If you have more than one viewing experience on, just be mindful when Joe gets the picks and they're confirmed, we're going, and that's that.
And is it 7 minutes between picks today? Is that
It's
how
faster.
it goes? And then is it 5 in round 3 through the rest of it? Nova Scotia, that's Canada. Very good.
Don't ask me what the pick timer is.
Yeah.
All I know is the last, because I took the timestamps when we were announcing on the stream last night. They started getting really condensed towards the end. It was like 5 minutes between Kansas City and Dallas, and then 8 minutes between Dallas and Baltimore, and then 6 minutes for Baltimore to San Francisco, and 4 minutes from San Francisco to Carolina. So it went fast. Timbuktu and the Bahamas.
So North Carolina Dolphins fan here. My daughter's gymnastics class. There's a dad in there that wears Dolphins gear every single week to
let him know.
I've never spoke to him. Yeah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the conversation.
You could just let him know what to listen to.
Oh, I could say, hey, you know what? You're a Dolphins fan. You should really listen to Locked On Dolphins. It's so good.
Just don't say anything about you, right? Because
this is not.
It's always incredibly uncomfortable when somebody finds out, like out in the wild, that like, oh, you talk about football for a living. Like,
yeah, it's fun. They don't understand it, but we're glad.
Indonesia, Ireland, New Zealand,
all over the place, man.
Roll call keeps rolling in.
I've seen a couple of Rhode Islands come through, which that's all right. I think we have the pick.
You do have the pick. You seem happy.
We'll find out in a second. Let me just get a little confirmation here.
All right, now take back everything I said. Now I'm on the edge of my seat.
Are you?
Yeah. With the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select.
Please hold.
Oh.
Please hold.
I'm pretty sure everybody listening and watching, I'm pretty sure he did this to us on purpose.
No, I didn't. I need confirmation. I need confirmation.
Oh, but the pick is in?
Pick is in.
So, I know asking questions about the trade back has been very popular in the chat. Everybody's worried. Did we trade back again? Did we trade back again?
No, my understanding is they've made a pick.
Okay.
But I need more confirmation than one. I have one source telling me the pick. And I need two. So, all right, the Bills have made a pick with the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills select wide receiver Keon Coleman, Florida State. Imagine that, Kyle Krabs. Imagine that. Keon Coleman, not my favorite prospect in this class because I don't think he's a very good separator, right? And my most important trait for wide receivers is the ability to separate. I recognize that he has very good size. He has very good hands, right? Like those are good things to have. Everybody raves about the gauntlet drill that he had at the NFL Scouting Combine. But what type of space can he create for himself? And for a guy that is kind of a power forward type player that you think is like a contested catch guy. You'd like to see him be more consistent winning in that capacity. So the Bills do add a dynamic to their offense that they didn't have based on your top three being like Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, and Mac Hollins.
Mm-hmm.
So you added something different, but can he evolve in terms of creating space for himself? I don't know that this is like a big time yards after catch player. So it's a unique skill set for the Bills offense. Wouldn't have been my pick, but the rumors kind of were true here that there was momentum for this to be the guy, and that's who the Bills pick.
So I also have my questions about Keon, but I think the good thing about going to Buffalo is it feels like the floor is Gabe Davis. He's more dynamic. He's bigger. I think he's more physical than Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis kind of had some communication and same page issues with his quarterback.
Yeah.
And yet all of that said, still an incredibly productive player, all things considered.
Yeah.
In the Bills offense.
Yeah.
So I think he's a very skill-specific kind of player, but I think about what Gabe Davis was for the Bills from a production standpoint, and I think that's the floor for Keon Coleman. I think the question is how he can build out his skill set from there, and I think that will ultimately define like what the ceiling is, whether he's a wide receiver 1 or a wide receiver 2. But no, I think about the fit in Buffalo, and I understand why they went for this body type in the wide receiver room, because they had a body type that was a lesser version of this that walked out the door.
A lot more consistent with the hands, right? I think if there's one area that I would say, I guess there's probably two areas where I would say Keon Coleman is a lot better than Gabe Davis. He is a lot better with the ball in his hands, like as a yak guy. Mm-hmm. Not that I would call him a great yak guy, but for a bigger bodied receiver, some acceleration there. But the hands, like legitimately, Keon Coleman objectively has very good hands. It's a very natural catcher of the football. One of my biggest gripes with Gabe Davis was really funky catching technique that led to a really high drop rate. So they get their big-bodied receiver to go with this room, and I think this opens up a double dip opportunity with maybe some different skill sets as well. So here's your X receiver. They got him in Keon Coleman.
Would love for them to come back and get like Malik Washington later.
Yeah. Something Roman Wilson.
Totally different kind of player, but well, Roman's not getting past the Chargers. But
I think one other thing about Keon Coleman, you read into the 4.61 40-yard dash. There's a lot of very good GPS data about his play speed as well. So again, that doesn't change anything about the route running, right? I just don't know that he's a dynamic separator. So that's my big gripe with Keon Coleman. We have a trade. So the Patriots are trading out. So there's one of the 4.5 we needed.
One of the 4.5. Here we go.
So all right. The Patriots are trading out. The Los Angeles Chargers are coming in to this.
They were 37.
Yeah, so not a huge move up here. They go from 37 to 34. And so this is fascinating. Does this start the wide receiver run? Did everybody it felt like there was some buzz that the Keon Coleman was going to be the pick. Is this kind of where, all right, you better get your receiver now? And maybe they didn't think Roman Wilson would get there.
I don't know. I'd kind of like Roman Wilson ran in the 4.3s, but if they were going to go with the highest upside player, is Roman Wilson the most high? Like, would you trade extra picks to come up and get Roman Wilson right now?
No, I wouldn't. And so it's 37 to 34, and then they swap 137 for 110. So it winds up being
that's a good deal for both teams.
Yeah, they move up 27 spots. That's in the fourth round to move up 3 in the second, right? So that's the idea there.
Do you have a call here?
I have a pick. How about that?
Okay, even better. Let's do it.
With the 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers trade up for Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver out of Georgia.
This was my highest ranked wide receiver coming into the day. Ladd's a really fun player You watch him on tape at Georgia. I thought they, not necessarily the super high volume passing offense. It rotated a lot, but he was asked with moving around. He was asked with playing in the slot. I thought physicality was kind of the thing that hung me up on him when I compared him to Ricky Pearsall. As guys that won in the slot, I thought Pearsall was more of an inside-outside guy, where I think Conke's more of an exclusive slot. But there's a lot of efficiency with his routes. That as long as he's able to play in space, and I think the Chargers' anticipated style of playing offense is going to keep the middle of the field clear for him to really work that area and find space. I like this fit for the Chargers. I'm a little surprised that they were so assertive with how many wide receivers there are out here to go up, but you can go up and get your guy, I guess.
Yeah, very clearly, right? And we sat there and certainly speculated about Roman Wilson for very obvious reasons, but like they wanted Ladd. And I think, they didn't have a net loss in volume of picks. They just moved back 27 picks in the 4th round to go get the receiver that they like. And I have a higher grade on Ladd than I do Roman Wilson. I like Roman Wilson, but I think that there's better separation skills when it comes to, Ladd McConkey. I think he might be a little more explosive too.
Did I say McConkey?
Who knows, man? Who knows?
Apparently you made a face.
Oh, I was probably clear.
Allegedly, you made a face.
No, it wasn't intended on that at all. Okay, so we get 2 receivers to start day 2, and the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock now with pick 35. Of course, they picked Marvin Harrison Jr. They selected Darius Robinson. Johnny Newton would be one heck of a pick for the Arizona Cardinals, one that would make a lot of sense to me. Cooper DeJean still there. The corners, Kool-Aid McKinstry still there. So a lot of great directions that Arizona could go with this pick.
Well, you know what? Cool. Now that I think about it, Marvin and Kool-Aid would be one heck of a 1-2 haul for them too.
Absolutely.
And I've been very impressed with what Monty has done. Monty Ossenfort, the GM there, running the show. How he handled last year's draft and the drafting of Paris Johnson and moving up and down the board. And that viral video came out of him working the phones on draft night, where he's doing his best Sonny Weaver impression, calling everybody. Did you watch Draft Day?
Yeah, I've seen the movie, yes.
Did you watch it like this year, though?
No, I didn't watch it this year. I haven't watched it in a few years.
Me neither, but everybody, my whole timeline on yesterday was Sonny Weaver and enjoy your GD pancakes and all that. But that was what made me think of when I'm watching this viral video that came out of Monty Ossenfort working the phone. So I like what he's done. They have been very premium position dialed in. So that's where I do think, whether it is Kool-Aid, or you could make a very firm argument for interior defensive line being a premium position these days, just based on the dollar amounts that you're seeing some of these guys get. I think that's where, if you told me who best available players were at premium positions, those are the 2 names for me that really stand out.
So we have a trade. So here we go. There's 3. We're gonna smash the 4.5. Guess who trades up? The Atlanta Falcons. Here they are. Maybe they're and I thought I saw some rumblings out there that this makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's a lot of people that really understand what happened with that Michael Penix pick. You better get something going today that's gonna maybe get some momentum going.
People excited,
right? Yeah. So they move up. So they come up to 35. The Cardinals, as we just work through all the different options that make a lot of sense, Monty Ossenfort continues to move around the board. So the Falcons come up from, I guess it would be 43. So they move from 43 to 37. So Arizona must feel pretty good.
35? You mean
so they
35?
go 43 to 37 to 35. Excuse me. Yes, 35.
Okay. I'm like, well, I missed 2 picks that happened. Then.
Nope, you didn't. Yeah, that was a misspeak by me. Nick saying it's Rattler time. You got to get ahead of replacing Michael Penix, right? That's an important thing. Here's the terms of the trade.
Crowd here.
Terms of the
clock shorter. Of course, we're not gonna have as much distance. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Cardinals go from 43 to 35. Arizona gets 79 and gives back 186. That's a nice trade. That's a nice trade for Arizona.
So they added another top 100 pick.
Top 80 pick. and give up 186. I mean, that's
I'm digging what Arizona's doing, and that's pretty impressive because they've been in quite a lull from a player personnel standpoint. I love what Monty's doing. This is gonna be really fun, especially in this class where like top 75 is where it's at. That's where you want to be.
So you move back 8 spots, you give up like a 6, and you get 79.
Chef Monty.
Ooh, I like it.
Chef Monty continuing to cook.
All right, we got to pick. We got to pick. We know who the Atlanta Falcons, we know who they traded up for. So with the 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Rook Orohoro, defensive tackle.
What are you guys doing?
Clemson.
Okay. And here's the thing. I hate that that's my reaction because I like Rook as a prospect. Really intriguing upside. Physical skills are off the charts. But he's so raw as a player. So now you take at 8 a quarterback who's going to sit for years, and then you're pairing that with a developmental defensive tackle that you gave up a top 80 pick for? And this was like your galvanize the troops pick after what you did last night? I mean, if you took Rook's top 20 plays on a reel, you'd be all in. You'd say this is outstanding. But it's all the plays in between where it's just there's a feel that you need reps. And he started playing football late. And I did just think from what was it 10,000 reps? Is that the magic number? Mm-hmm. He's not there yet. And he's going to have to get there in the league playing against NFL players. And that's a tough place to be.
So in this window to win with Kirk Cousins, you've now invested a top 10 pick, a top 40 pick, and a third-round pick in players that probably aren't going to help you that much. And, like, let's not forget, they still have Grady Jarrett and David Onyemata in the middle of that defense, right? Like, so this is like a rotational defensive tackle for you in Jimmy Lake's defense. Atlanta's doing things different. That's
really intriguing upside. The athleticism is off the charts. But I don't know how much he helps you this year.
It's fair. It's a fair question. So I'm not sure that was the inspire everybody pick that Atlanta needed. And there's 2 players that I have this phrase for. It's Marshawn Nealon and Rook Orohoro. You will love to be there when the light bulb comes on because the physical gifts are very, very exciting. So as a bet on traits guy, I kind of get it a little bit there. I just feel like there's a curve. And look, I mean, this guy goes ahead of Johnny Newton. That's worth noting.
Who had this as IDL2 on their bingo card?
Nobody.
I promise you, I don't know that anybody did.
No. So that gets us to our current selection. And it's the one in. Washington Commanders are on the clock with pick 36. And so this is exciting because Jaden Daniels, right, the new quarterback there, you felt like they've been wanting a tackle. Is this a Patrick Paul? Is this the BYU tackle? Feels like maybe that would be. But, I mean, there's also a lot of BPA conversations to be had about, Washington. This is a team that was extremely active in free agency. I mean, they've brought in like, oh, dude, they probably signed 10 starters in free agency.
Hold on, I'm going to check. I believe Over the Cap has right there. Yeah, they are 5th in the NFL in cash spending in free agency this year. $94 million. Can you guess any of the teams that are in front of them?
This year's free agency spending?
Yeah.
Jacksonville?
Jacksonville's 3. So you need 1, 2, and 4.
Tennessee
is 4. This is fun.
So I'm 1 and 2 is what I'm hung up on right now.
Yeah, this is good fun.
Oh man.
Let me correct myself. I actually opened the table that has the thing on it. First year cash, Washington's 3, and it's Tennessee is 2, and then Jacksonville's 5.
So who's the rest of it?
Just Houston. Houston at 1.
Yeah, you forgot because they like swapped out a bunch of players. They like lost players, but then
Daniel Hunter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So Washington, busy offseason. Adam Peters, first draft. Oh, we have a pick. This is it the 35th pick?
36th pick.
36th pick. With the 36th pick of the 2024 NFL draft, the Washington Commanders select Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois. That's a heck of a pick, man. That's a heck of a pick. And Theron Payne, John Allen has been a very good defensive tackle tandem. But this is just like literally the best player on the board. And Dan Quinn, I think he can get creative with his fronts a little bit. And you get a dynamic penetration guy like Newton who has pass rush ability. Like Allen and Newton next to each other in the middle that's really exciting.
Matt Curran, do they trade John Allen now? I would not be surprised if they move one of these guys. I think John Allen has 2 years, like $28 million left on his contract. I think he's 29 years old. There's kind of been like rumbling. I mean, he blew up towards the end of the year. Tired of this expletive for all the losing, right?
Yeah.
Johnny Newton coming into the mix, new defensive scheme. That might be a really nice transition for a team that's spending a lot of cash. And I would be curious what they could get for John Allen.
I feel like the player trades just are not getting the returns lately. So they're going to have to ask them.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, unless it's a wide receiver, right? I'm sure there'd be plenty of teams that would love to have John Allen.
Mm-hmm.
I totally get that. Yeah, I think he's a stud. That's something to keep an eye on. And that's one of the domino effects of the draft, right? Is like you get new players that affects the veterans that exist. And then there's like a new wave of opportunity that exists beyond the draft because of players that could be cut, players that could be traded. So this is kind of setting the stage for a lot of that.
Some of this happens, like DeAndre Swift was a deal that happened last year. And he ended up having an excellent season in Philadelphia in a contract year and parlayed that into a 3-year, $24 million year contract. Rushed for 1,000 yards, made the Pro Bowl. It's not always small players. Remember, you know who else got traded during the draft for a day 3 pick? Trent Williams.
Yeah, that was such a weird situation.
It was a major weird situation, but like it's just an embodiment of like, I think people take for granted potential for veteran players because of the contracts. And that's like we were talking about Deebo Samuel. Like if San Francisco just decides, all right, we're going to pull the ripcord, I don't think they would get more than a 4. And if they feel good about Pearsall because they acquired that already, who knows?
Got a pick here. We have a New England Patriot, Kyle Krabs. They traded back. And with the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New England Patriots select Jalen Polk, wide receiver, Washington.
Okay. We said this, didn't we? We said Polk with May in New England, the vertical passing offense in Washington. He's got some physicality to him. I think he is a 3-level threat. On some really nice routes on the outside. I like this for New England quite a bit, especially when you consider just how dire their wide receiver room situation was.
Yeah. I especially like this because of the existence of Drake May. I think this is a really nice pairing. Jalen Polk, body control. Like that's what I think about with him. Body control, ability to leverage down the field, hands. Those are really strong traits. And so you see the fit here. They needed to add to this receiver core. I still, I felt there's work to do on this offense, but one, brick by brick, right? And I think they're starting to do that. And again, this is a player that they were able to move back. They got a pretty good return here to be able to a little bit of a swap, right? They get a higher pick in the 4th round. They move up 27 spots, probably still get their same receiver they would have sat there and drafted. So
Right.
feels like a good move here for the New England Patriots.
Do you want to tell everybody about your competitive side real quick?
Yeah, and there's people that were speculating if I was going to tell people about it. I am going to tell you right now about my competitive side. Kyle's got a competitive side, and our competitive sides are a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times. It's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations, building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I can charge them rent on my iconic properties just like classic Monopoly, but now I can also rob their vaults of riches for myself, and the leaderboards show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competition that loves it. My competitive side that loves it. You can team up with friends, family, people all around the world in time tournaments to earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go for free in the App Store or Google Play.
Joe, as we get ready for pick 38 here, I know the chat has pointed this out, and it's worth acknowledging. We've now had 10 wide receivers drafted in the first 37 picks.
Healthy.
Very large number. Adonai Mitchell, for the vast majority of this process, was mocked in first rounds for him to at least be wide receiver 11 at this point. I know there were we had some questions in the chat talking about the what the character concerns are there, and all the information that we've heard is second and third hand information. But it did come out in the pre-draft process. He was diagnosed as type 1 diabetic, so there's a management of that condition that's required, and it sounds like there's just some questions about his maturity, whether it was during his time in Georgia or whether it was at Texas. So that's nothing that we can speak verifiably on, but I know some people did have questions. And as we're talking about Adonai Mitchell and wide receivers and now 10 wide receivers off the board, that's kind of what the narrative is, and whether it's accurate or not is another thing. But I think the teams are kind of tell you how they feel about it based off of how they've been prioritizing the wide receivers.
I still think there's a lot more receivers to come.
Yeah.
So it's exciting to consider that. And we have the Titans. They're on the clock now at pick 37.
Rosengarten.
Double dipping on the tackles.
Please do.
I wonder.
I would love this for them.
I wonder about their appetite for a receiver as well. Now, Hopkins older. What do they have in Burks? Calvin Ridley, obviously big money player. I think about edge rush for Tennessee as well. So I think there's plenty different.
I think Treylon Burks is in trouble there, huh?
He should be.
2 years, struggle with some injuries. Now there's a coaching staff change. I mean, this is all the recipe things on the checklist of he's going to have to try to get his breakthrough somewhere else. And that's not to say it won't happen. But as far as his time in Tennessee, I mean, this is 101, adversity early, and then coaching staff change that kind of throws everything for a loop.
Yeah. That's always interesting. Whenever a regime change comes, there's always so much turnover. And you just wonder, who's safe, who's not safe.
Spending too.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think wide receiver could be in play for Tennessee as they, Will Levis seems to be their plan at quarterback. Very interested to see his transition to this West Coast passing offense that Brian Callahan wants to implement. I don't know that. I don't think of Levis as timing, getting the ball out with a lot of precision, but you want him to be able to use those tools. So how do they thread that needle? It's one of my most fascinating storylines entering this season. So I know we get a lot of heat from Titans fans about our opinions on the team, and I'm sure they won't love us speculating over that whenever this, they get wind of this conversation. But Kyle Krabs, we have a pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Okay,
we sure do. We sure
do.
Wow. Yeah, you'll get it. You will definitely feel that way. So with the 38th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select T'Vondre Sweat, defensive tackle, Texas.
All this time, all this time it was insisted, oh, he's not going top 100. He's going to fall out. The character concerns are too real. I'll tell you what, this dude's a monster against the run. You put him next to Jeffrey Simmons inside, they're going to be tough to block up front on 1st and 10 and in short yardage. But I think the question there is the passing down value and the snap roll and percentage. But you and I talked in the last 2 weeks leading up to the draft, and I asked you outright, and I felt very strongly about this. Who had better tape defending the run, Tavondre Sweat or Jordan Davis? And we both said Tavondre Sweat. He's got better tape doing it.
Yeah.
It's the weight management questions, and he had the DWI a couple weeks ago in the lead up to the draft process that always forces teams to kind of go back to what they thought they knew about the player as a person. I'm surprised it's this early, but if you're trying to take the San Francisco model defensively and get it rolling in Tennessee, and you think about what they have at linebacker with Kenneth Murray and Jack Gibbons, they got some athletic guys, but maybe guys that you want to make life easier for them and keep them clean. Sweat's a guy that'll do it. I think it's an unsexy pick, but
I think you think I'm pushing back on you. You do think this is a sexy pick. You love Tavondre Sweat. It's just been a weird relationship because of the weight management, and then he has the DWI, right? Those are not great things to happen during the draft cycle when your only job is to not get in trouble, right? Like, that's concerning for sure. But the football is very intriguing. And
he's a stud on the field. He's a stud.
And you think about just like this type of presence within a division, and everybody wants to be able to run the football, right? Like, Houston's going to want, I know it's CJ Stroud and pass them all, they want to run the football, right? Like, that's part of the deal here. Indianapolis with Jonathan Taylor is going to want to run the football. You know, he's going to be a useful player for them. There's questions, but if they get what Tavondre Sweat can be, it's a really good player. Yeah,
and their interior kind of nose tackle types, Sebastian Joseph Day, Quentin Bohanna, and Keandre Coburn, right? Like, and oh, by the way, he can play outside of nose tackle too in some alignment. Like, he can play some even front stuff, and he can play over top of the guard. He can play, I wouldn't put him as a penetration 3, but if you're going to not just go odd front looks and bare fronts, and you're going to actually go 4 down, like, he can do that too. So I like there's some flexibility in that regard with how you can line him up. And I'm glad for you holding me accountable, because I love Tavondre Sweat, the football player.
Yeah, I knew you did.
He's my type.
Well,
I get got by nose tackles every year.
Right. So I hear you. We have the Carolina Panthers at pick 39. They're on the clock.
Has Dave Tepper put his hands on anybody in the Queen City yet tonight?
I hope not. Hopefully he's just letting the GM and head coach make the picks.
Just let the GM and head coach.
All he's got to do. That's all he's got to do. That's all he's got to do. We think Dave Tepper's sitting. Oh, but they're not on the clock. The Rams have traded up. The Rams now.
4 trades?
Yeah. So okay, we don't have to track that ever. I think we're about to hit the over here.
I said we might get over 4.5 in the second round. We might get in the first 15 picks.
Which says something about the teams that didn't trade, right? Like, they definitely wanted those players.
Yeah, they had
Buffalo wanted Keon Coleman. I mean, as whatever other team sat there and picked their players, that's who they wanted. Shout out Keith Sanchez spiking the football on me for some Keon Coleman takes that I've had on the timeline. So that's gonna.
Oh, did he?
Oh yeah, he retweeted it. Because I disagreed with something, and he says, let's just agree to disagree. It was about Keon Coleman. He retweeted it. I see you, Keith. I love you, buddy. You're my guy. I don't know if I would have done that to you, but
Keith is probably one of my favorite dudes in the industry.
Yeah. All love.
And he's had a really great journey and some great experiences between his NFL scouting interns and his work that he did at LSU. I've learned a lot from Keith. And we'll see if we learn anything from Keith on Keon Coleman.
Well, he's a big fan. He's a big fan. So, Bills Mafia, if you want to get hyped up about Keon Coleman, go check out Keith. Sanchez.
The chat is not happy I feel like your listener base that values your opinion and is here for following us as we talk about this because they listen to Locked On Bills probably has the same vibe that I had because I had Chop Robinson as my edge 5 and I had a firm second round grade on him and they took him at 21. It was like, Kyle, you didn't like Chop Robinson. Was Keon Coleman like your was he on your like flip the table short list?
I guess.
Or was there?
Yeah, if I was I'll say it. If I was general manager, I wouldn't have picked Keon Coleman, right? But I think that's where you have to. Now the evaluation part of it's over.
Doesn't matter.
He's on the team,
right?
And so now you start to think about, okay, why did they do this? How does he help? I think you can look at it and say, okay, he's young, right? He's like 20 years old. He does have good play, functional speed. He's got really good hands. Brandon Beane recently talked about like what the biggest scouting miss that he had is that he regrets recently, and he said Puka Nacua. And then what did Coleman go out and do? He had the better GPS time on the gauntlet,
GPS
right? Like,
play speed times,
right? So like, you know why they did it. Like that's why they did it. Now the job is on the player and the organization to go out and show you that they did the right thing. I'm glad that they didn't just pick him at 28, right? That makes it more palatable to me. But oh wow, we have a pick here, Kyle Krabs, the 39th pick. This is the trade up. The Los Angeles with the 39th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Los Angeles Rams trade up for Braden Fiske, defensive tackle, Florida State brother. We are on a defensive tackle run, and that's back-to-back defensive picks for the Los Angeles Rams.
It's happening. We got the most athletic interior defensive lineman in the draft to try to help replace Aaron Donald. I do not envy Braden Fiske for that legacy that he is stepping.
Oh God, I didn't think about that.
Right? He'll hear that every day. Every question that he has in his introductory press conference tomorrow when he gets there is going to be about Aaron Donald and if he styles his game after Aaron Donald and his athleticism and how it compares to Aaron Donald. So good luck with that, Braden. But I think there's a part of this too. They lost Raheem Morris, right? So if you lose the coaching element, but you have all the young players, you probably need some studs. And I think they very clearly feel like between sticking and picking Jared Verse in 19 and then trading up for Fiske. Do you know the terms of that deal?
I don't have them yet.
It's probably a pretty decent jump. I mean, they came into the first 8 picks of the round and they were picking 19th.
Have it. So the Rams send 52, a 5th round, 52, 155, and a 2025 second round pick to the Panthers for 39. So they go from 52 to 39. It costs them 155 and a 2025 second round pick. That feels like a good deal for Carolina.
Yeah. I think you probably get a little fired up. You got an extra top 64 pick next year out of that.
Right.
And still, what they paid Derek Brown, they're not in the interior defensive line market. So they're sitting here licking their chops watching 4 interior defensive linemen go in the last 5 picks.
Yeah.
Okay,
we have another trade.
Okay, pick all these guys all you want.
We have another trade. The Washington Commanders, who were picking 40th, have traded that pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. So the Eagles are coming up.
All right. Is this for an interior defensive lineman?
Chris Jenkins is there. Michael Hall is there.
There's Michael Hall.
Man, this is going to be one epic defensive tackle run because like your teams are just going and getting them right now.
What if they came up for Kool-Aid?
I would totally understand it.
You know, they imagine getting Quinion and Kool-Aid with your first 2 picks.
Sounds like a good tandem. Like I could see the poster. You know what I mean? Of that corner tandem.
I'd be very here for that. And that maybe that might be overkill. But I don't know. I think they desperately needed to rework that room. And if you get the 2 most physical press corners, I think that'd be super, super exciting for Philly.
Right. That'd be what is that? That'd be interesting with Vic, right? Like, do you think about press corners and Vic?
Well, I mean, Alabama's still a zone match.
Right.
They play. Right. There's a lot of overlap with the principals.
Got to pick. We got to pick.
All right, let's do it.
With the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles trade up to select Cooper DeJean,
Okay.
defensive back, Iowa.
So it's the same principle of everything that we just talked about.
Yeah, dude. Like we talked about this whenever at some point wow, this is an interesting trade. So the Commanders move back from 40 to 50. They get 53, 161 and give up 78.
Oh, dude, how dumb do you feel after watching what the Rams just gave up to go up only a few extra spots?
So 40
you
and
back
78.
a day 3 pick or a third round pick?
Yeah, so they move up. They move up from 70 to 50, 78 to 53. So 40 and 78 for 50, 53 and 161.
It's a good deal for Howie.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's a good deal, and they got a good player in Cooper DeJean. We talk about the versatility here, right? Like if they pick Cooper DeJean in the first round, they got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, man.
Yeah.
That's so good. That is so good.
This is what year was that where Howie just went on an absolute heater and was it 2022?
I don't remember.
2021, and everybody fell into his lap and everybody just lapped it up. It might have been last year for all I can remember.
It was like Nolan Smith they got last year, like pick 32, and then Jalen Carter.
And everybody just
Sidney
lost
Brown,
their mind about all the good value. And like, this is the luxury. I mean, Philly had 2 second-round picks, so you got plenty to play with. You stand pat and get Quinyon, and then Cooper falls. And whether Cooper ends up at safety or a corner, what we talked about with that Iowa defensive scheme, it's a lot of vision zone from depth. And the question was whether or not Cooper could play press because you flip your hips and unlock and run. Okay, have Quinyon do that. This is a lot of split field coverage that requires different strengths for the corners depending on where you're playing and what the coverage strengths are.
Kyle, Quinyon Mitchell's my number 10 player, and Cooper DeJean's my number 11 player. And we have another trade. The Saints.
Everybody was busy overnight.
Right. The Saints are now moving into this spot. So the Packers trade out of 41. The Saints move into 41. So we got just activity left and right. Imagine not loving the NFL draft, man. It's just constant.
So who's this for?
Well, they picked Fuaga with their first round pick.
Yep.
You always think trenches with them.
Is there an interior defense, or do they want to get in on before Jenkins? The interior line runs out?
I mean, they obviously just picked the Clemson Brian Brzee last year in the first round.
This feels like it might be a wide receiver spot too, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So this is the term. So the Saints move from 45 to 41. Okay, they give up 168 and 190.
This is the best trade yet. Who cares about those picks? Now you only went up 4 spots, so I get it. Like these other teams, the Rams and Eagles came up from the 50s. I understand.
Yeah.
But to go up and go get your guy, whoever theoretically is in this spot, for a couple of day 3 picks, whoop-de-doo. I think that's a nice job by Loomis.
Well, yeah, because he's not a hold your water guy. So
no, they've never picked for volume.
Well, yeah, we got
5 guys we like. We're gonna go get 5 of them.
Right? Yeah, he says that. You always expect it, right? Like literally. I don't think he's ever traded back, right? Isn't that a thing? It's literally never happened.
I don't know. That was the Gettleman thing, right?
This dude trades up like crazy, man. Go get our guys. That's why him and Sean Payton were a heck of a tandem. Just very, very deliberate.
Sean getting all goofy on the.
I was actively involved in pretending like I was going to
pretend like we were trading up.
Which meshes with everything we've ever heard about Sean Payton from anyone who's ever talked about him with us.
Right.
So,
right.
Different kind of cat there. So we are at pick 41. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. As scheduled, we have the Saints, Texans, Cardinals, Raiders, Packers as our next coming picks. But we know
Saints,
that trades.
Texans, Cardinals, Raiders, Packers.
Yeah. Who knows if that's really what teams will pick because we've seen so much activity.
We'll get another interior defensive line in the next 5 picks, I guarantee.
So you are thinking very good about these interior offensive line.
What do you mean?
None of for Miami, nobody's
no. This is still the stretch where I didn't think that we had any.
Okay,
I thought. Now Philly was one of the teams that kind of stood out. They still have a pick at 53. But yeah, I kind of got through, and I thought the Raiders were maybe the first spot where you're like, they might go into your offensive line.
All right, we have a pick. The New Orleans Saints, they have traded up. So with the 41st, is this pick 41? 41st pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback, Alabama. Outstanding.
So they've kind of had the ongoing saga with Marshawn Lattimore. They did some weird stuff with that contract to kind of manufacture some salary cap space. You think about a Debo. This is their kind of corner,
100%.
right? I mean, Lattimore runs at a certain rate and he runs fast, but like a Debo, who's the other guy that they had? Or
Alontae Taylor.
Alontae Taylor from Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like those guys are really physical guys. And the number one thing with Kool-Aid McKinstry is how he plays with his hands to offset some of the issues with his feet. And I think the reason why he slips, we talked about it last night, when he plays man and his back is to the quarterback, he doesn't find the football with consistency. But at this stage, outside the top 40, to get a player like this to kind of complement, and then you are in salary cap, HE double hockey sticks. I don't know what we are and aren't allowed to say on the live stream, but salary cap heck. If you do end up moving on because of whatever you ended up doing with the Lattimore contract, then you have very few tradable contracts, right? Like they don't have a lot of contracts because of all the prorated money all these guys have. That's one where maybe there is some viability. Getting a guy like this, that value, we talked in the pre-show or before the draft opened about vets getting traded and how the draft and how it falls can maybe help facilitate some of that. It's interesting.
All right, so we are at a point now where we're at pushing the top of the hour. We have the Houston Texans making their first selection here in just a moment. So let me tell everybody about LinkedIn, and then we'll get to this Texans pick. Folks, when you're looking to hire for your small business, you want to be certain that you can find as many quality professionals as possible that are right for the role. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job but might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even check out other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong places. LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats and might not have the time or resources to hire. Well, thankfully, LinkedIn is constantly looking for new ways to make the process of hiring easier for you. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/lockedonnfl. That's linkedin.com/lockedonnfl to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef design recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy to read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process, so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
Joe, I have 2 bits of breaking news, including a pick.
Yeah, we got the Texans pick. Yep.
Cornerback, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Kamari Lassiter, University of Georgia is the Houston Texans pick. So let's go there first, and then I'll get into what I have.
All right, with the 42nd pick of the 24 NFL draft, the Houston Texans select cornerback Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. He's a good player, man. I know the testing was a problem for some people, but his football is good. I like him a ton. I think I had a very firm second-round grade on him. No, I'm a coward. I had him as a 3, so I bought into the testing concerns, but I really like his tape.
Yeah, I think that Georgia defense is filled with high IQ players. And that is a player who you can get scared off. And I kind of get why, if you're apprehensive about leaving guys on islands in man coverage outside the numbers, like he's maybe not for you. But you think about D'Amico Ryans coming over from San Francisco and some of the guys that have had some success in that scheme, like Lenore and Ambry Thomas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Lassiter is like a plus version of those kinds of corners. So I like the parallels there for him.
I'm on pins and needles with your other piece of breaking news. And
I can confirm an AFC East team was working the phones trying to just facilitate a trade up with one of these teams that just traded out in the last 5 picks.
Okay, so
it was my team.
Right. So we know that the Dolphins have been actively trying to move up.
Yeah, I had a text that they were working on a deal with one of the last 5 picks teams that traded out, and we're working on terms, and then something else went for somebody else. So we might get some more trade action here coming in the near future.
So Dolphins are working the phone. So if you are a Dolphins fan, I'm sure there are plenty in here. You can drop a fins up in the chat and get ready for whatever.
Say fins the F up.
Is that what we're going with?
Mike McDaniel said it one time.
Did he? Was it like an oppressor, or what's the context there?
Yeah, I think it was an oppressor. It was an oppressor.
All right, we got a pick here, the 43rd pick in the draft. So with the 43rd pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Max Melton, cornerback.
Okay.
Rutgers.
Are we going to get the corner run now?
It feels that way, right? We just saw a Kool-Aid McKinstry. Well, we're really going back to Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, and now Max Melton. So that's 4 in a row after we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defensive tackles in a row. So yes, we are.
They traded out of where? 35?
Yeah. So that was the Atlanta trade. So this is that they moved back from 35 to 43, got that top was a pick 79. And then they turned this pick into Max Melton.
So I think this is kind of a fun opportunity to look at anytime you move out, right? Like who goes between when you move out and when you make your pick and who you make your pick with.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Newton, Jalen Polk, Tavondre Sweat, Braden Fiskey, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, and then Max Melton's their actual pick for another top 80 pick. Seeing it from the other side, would you have rather just drafted Kool-Aid McKinstry at 35?
Yeah, because I think there's a big drop off. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry's a first round talent. So that's where it's different for me. Obviously, you would think they thought to themselves, well,
we have a cluster of guys we're probably comfortable with. We'll let the board sort itself out.
Right. But maybe it didn't sort itself out exactly how you would have wished it was. Because I think there's a gap between the quality of prospects that you get.
So I had Quinion in a tier all by himself at corner. I had Cooper at safety, and then I had a block of 4 corners that I had late 1, early 2s on. And it was Terrion Arnold, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Mike Sanderson, who's still on the board, but he's a nickel exclusive player. My next block down was TJ Tampa, Renardo Green, Ennis Racedraw, and Max Melton. So to your point, I think that transition for that extra pick, still a good player. I like Max Melton. He's a top 60 player for me, but is a tier down as far as how I perceive the corner talent.
Yeah, I have Melton as a 3rd round grade. I have Kool-Aid McKinstry as a 1. So there we go. So here we are. We got that pick out of the way. The Raiders are on the clock at pick 44. Have we heard from the Raiders since their 1st round pick of Brock Bowers? I think this is their next pick.
Correct.
So this is going back to our pre-show conversation about a tackle. You thought you invoked maybe this is a running back spot. I feel like they should find a right tackle right now.
Rosengarten would be a great pick.
Yeah, I would agree with
that. He's not Colton Miller, but there's a smoothness about Rosengarten that I think Faltano had the dynamic explosiveness, just like kind of the draw dropping, like the movement skills are off the charts, where Rosengarten is very controlled. He's not as dynamic. He's not as twitchy. I don't think he's as powerful, but I think he is just a fairly clean projection. And for the Raiders, getting the rest of that supporting cast as nice as you'd like it is probably where I'd feel pretty good if they chose to go that route.
I'm going way back because I had a thought about Kamari Lassiter as I've tried to remind myself of my notes and I'm looking at him. 1 interception, none in the last 2 years, ran 4.64. But man, he plays so like I thought his coverage instincts were really good. Like I'm surprised that he didn't have more takeaways.
I'm not.
It was just random thought in my head as I'm dumping information in my head.
I'm not worried about it. I just think it's probably another one of those reasons. If the ball production's not there and you don't run well,
right?
That's how you're Kool-Aid McKinstry and you don't go into the first round no matter how well you test. It's how Kamari Lassiter goes in the second round no matter how good your football IQ is or how much we like your coverage instincts. Like that element has to exist for you to be really coveted in the draft process.
Raiders have made a pick, Kyle Krabs, with the 44th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Jackson Powers Johnson, offensive lineman, Oregon.
So guard.
Yes, because they just paid Andre James.
Yeah, and they have Parham at one spot.
Yeah. I don't want to take your talking point with Jackson Powers Johnson, but there's snap issues there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you mitigate snap issues? You don't ask the guy to snap. So you would presume that they'd like to get him into this lineup, but he's certainly not an option to play the right tackle spot. So he'll have to beat out Cody Whitehair, which I think he can do.
Cody, if that's the case, Whitehair becomes a nice interior utility who can play center and guard. And you feel nice about that being you'll need a swing and then you'll need an interior utility guy. And I think Whitehair can be that, provided Jackson Powers Johnson can beat him out. And look, anytime the fanfare for a player kind of hits a certain stratosphere, I kind of hate what that does because then you try to keep everybody grounded with the player. And I had to do that with Jackson Powers Johnson because it was JPJ at 21, no matter what for the Dolphins.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then you watch the player. And it's like, well, guys, slow down. But at the same time, the vertical movement skills exist. I think he's really intelligent with how he takes angles in space to pick up blockers in space for a 330-pound guy. I think he does that really well. And I think playing him at guard mitigates a lot of the biggest issues that I have with him, which are procedural issues and snaps.
Kyle, the Green Bay Packers wasting no time with their selection here at number 45.
Edgerrin Cooper's my guess.
And your guess is correct. They
go.
Select Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker out of Texas A&M. They had some transition here with Campbell no longer in the mix, Quay Walker, Isaiah McDuffie, kind of the guys that they have in the fray. They certainly have a crazy amount of athleticism, right? With Cooper, Walker, and McDuffie. That is an insanely athletic trio of linebackers with a lot of range. So the guys that can fly around on the second level of that Packers defense now, especially with Cooper in the mix. Who's your first linebacker off the board, which is notable.
Yeah. I think the thing that's notable here is you mentioned they moved on from Campbell. Mm-hmm. And they have a new linebackers coach, which is Coach Campanile, who was with the Dolphins. And I think about Edge Cooper and what his strengths are. There's some length, range, pass rush capability as a blitzer. I think about what Jerome Baker was at kind of the height of the Brian Flores type defense where Campanile was on that coaching staff. Cooper's a little bit more dynamic and he's a little longer, but I think there's some nice parallels there where like I think that positional room is going to be able to get a lot of run out of him. I like that fit for the Packers, and this was a Peter Bukowski special.
So he was on this one.
Yes. Like he was in discussion at I think it was 25.
So they come away with Jordan Morgan and Edgerrin Cooper, the pair of picks for the Green Bay Packers.
Back to their ways with defensive athletic defensive talent for the Packers with their early picks.
Note here, the Raiders announced JPJ as a guard.
Yep.
We have a trade. The Carolina Panthers have jumped back up. So
this is for Zach Frazier, I bet.
That would make a lot of sense with kind of their transition with maybe Austin Corbett or Brady Christensen at interior offensive line. So Zach Frazier would be, I mean, like a pillar, like one of those culture pieces, right? If that were to be what they do with this pick.
And dude, you'd be sticking him between Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt, his free agent.
It's perfect, yeah.
And for a shorter quarterback to build a wall in front of him, to have some sturdiness and not give interior penetration and pressure, I'd love the vision if that was the case. And just seeing JPJ go, this is the other center. The other interior offensive line guys are both, they're both guard exclusives.
Right.
That are kind of perceived to be the next in line with Haynes and Beebe. So we'll see if that's the pick. Here's
the terms. So the Panthers come up from 52 to 46. The Colts is the team they traded with. The Colts get 142 and 155.
Okay.
So
pretty modest.
Yeah, I don't want to say 142 and 155 are nothing picks, right? That's a couple of nice picks to move back 6 spots.
Yeah.
You know, I think and the Carolina Panthers have made a pick, Kyle Krabs. With the 46th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks, running back, Texas. So my first thing I wanted to do,
right?
Yeah, well, that was obviously a joke of a contract. And Jonathan Brooks, ACL, right? He's got an ACL tear, right? So that's a thing that he's working back from. But we just have LB1 and RB1 back to back here.
With extra picks in the process. You ever see Dinner for Schmucks?
I did, yeah. I mean, with the taxidermy man.
Yeah, that was the Galifianakis.
Yeah,
laugh, the accountant in that movie where he's sitting there at the desk when you've just been audited. That was my reaction to trading up for Jonathan Brooks. But like on a serious note, Brooks is a stud as a player.
Yeah,
and I guess you think about Canales and their commitment to running the football. It's not necessarily surprised that they went out and got on the back. And Miles Sanders is not a pounder. And that was like the whole thing that Canales did in Tampa Bay was getting legwork in the run game by just pounding the ball with Rashad White no matter what, right? And it didn't matter. 1st and 10, 2nd and 8, we're going to run the darn ball.
They weren't afraid of ugly runs, right? Some teams are. Yeah, some teams are.
Yep. So I think for you're getting a lot of love in the chat for saying that you've watched a movie. So that's congratulations to you.
Thank you.
But I think that's what stands out to me about the Brooks pick. I understand the vision of the pick. It's just, I guess, maybe a surprise that they got aggressive and moved up to get him.
I think my thought is we should have been thinking more about running back for Carolina, who their lead backs are Chuba Hubbard, Miles Sanders, Raheem Blackshear. Like I
guess some of that's just because Sanders is getting paid. You just assume they would roll with him.
Right. But this regime didn't pay Miles Sanders, and Miles Sanders is not a very good player. So you don't let Miles Sanders stop you from getting a better player. And I think Jonathan Brooks, once he's healthy, I mean, he's a stud. He's a really good football player. I would have had more consideration for him as my RB1 if he didn't have the ACL tear, right? That's an unfortunate thing.
Between that and I didn't want to put this one up. I didn't want to put this one up, but the chat has just been going off about Keon Coleman for an hour now.
Right. Bill's Mafia is here, Kyle Krabs.
They're well represented in the chat for sure.
Right. Listen, Keon Coleman, if there's a silver lining, Keon Coleman is a better player in my mind than Gabe Davis.
There you go. You upgraded that spot.
And would you agree with that, Kyle? And you could say no. I'm not putting you on the spot.
No, I would agree with that because he's a more dynamic player, and I think he's a better catch point and hands guy than Gabe Davis.
Yeah. Okay. So
Giants?
The Giants, I think they've made a pick here. I just need to remind myself of what number. So we are on pick 47.
47.
Yes. Okay. So the New York Giants have made a selection with the 47th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Tyler Nubin, safety, Minnesota.
That's my mock.
So Kyle, this is pretty. We get linebacker 1, running back 1, and safety 1 in 3 consecutive picks here. This has been a very interesting second round in terms of that and the runs that we've seen at receiver, corner, and defense tackle.
Good for Nubin still getting drafted in this range where I thought the tape was good. I think the concern was the testing. I mean, it's not a good athletic profile at safety. But I don't really know what to make of the direction of this position across the league right now. But you do wonder if we're playing more too high shells. Does the athletic profile of this position get a little bit more mitigated because you have less grass to cover? That's my question. And I think that's if you're going to draft Tyler Nubin based off of his instincts and length and some of the big plays he's made in big moments in the secondary for Minnesota, that has to help be a part of that equation in my mind.
Well, obviously they lose Xavier McKinney. The Giants do. Their current safeties, Jalen Mills, Jason Pinnock, certainly an area of need, right? You can upgrade that. Pick? Shane Bowen coming over for Tennessee to be that defensive coordinator. So you think about some of those staples. They ran the Titans ran the highest amount of 3 safety looks in the NFL last year, like by comfortable margin. So you could see, you start to think about that stuff and you're like, oh yeah, we should have been thinking about the Giants as a safety destination.
Like I said, I had them taking Nubin in my second round mock on Touchdown Miami today. I do have the next pick.
48.
Yep. 48 with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay. If you got it, I don't have it. So you want to do the thing, you can do the thing.
Yeah, I think we're far enough in here where we'll risk it. My source is telling me, NFL Insider, fueled by C4, Kyle Krabs, reporting that the Jacksonville Jaguars, with the 48th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, are drafting defensive tackle Mason Smith, LSU.
If we would have thought about this, we would have reminded ourselves of Trent Baalke and his tendencies, and he just wants body types, right? He just wants body types.
You got one.
And that's the best thing that I can tell you about Mason Smith is he's got a great body type. I think his football is really not good, right? He's a tough watch on tape. And if you're looking for some positivity here, so he's a freshman All-American. Then he tears his ACL week 1 of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And he misses all of the season. He comes back in 2023, looks like a shell of himself. I think if you watch his tape, you're not going to like it. If you're going to find the optimism, you know he's got a big recruiting pedigree, size and athleticism, and you hope that further removed from the injury, he realizes his potential. So Trent Baalke doing Trent Baalke things here.
And that was a really unfortunate injury too, because he got injured on a celebration against Florida State that opening week. And you were like, oh man, that's such a gut punch. And I'm inclined to agree with you as a guy who is really raw, but you're a 5-star, and a lot of 5-stars that are coming out, their bodies develop and mature faster. So they reach a physical profile before other players do, or they're more genetically gifted with what their body type is going to permit them to be. And I think for Mason Smith, losing that 2022 season really kind of set him back. It's probably the same conversation that you could have about Rook. Just, Rook played the years in Clemson, but didn't really play competitive football until a later stage in his youth and adolescence. So Mason Smith, body type, very Trent Baalke type fit, makes all the sense in the world from that regard. And I do think this defensive front needed a little bit more in the way of juice. And now between adding Eric Armstead this offseason and adding Mason Smith, I think there's certainly some tools for them to work with up front.
So for as many defensive tackles that have come off the board, Chris Jenkins still there, Michael Hall's still there. There's a couple nice players. I like that. To me, that
Dorless too.
Dorless, yes, I would. That's another good call out there. So like my 3rd and 4th defensive tackle are still available amid this massive run, a massive run.
Well, and I think that's when we talked at the beginning of the show, the stream, You asked about positions. What positions do you feel really good about, Kyle? Right? And what do we talk about? We talked about interior defensive line.
Yep.
We talked about corner. We've seen the corner run happen. And we talked about wide receiver. And we've seen the wide receiver run continue where that's now up over double digits. And I'm assuming we have one of those positions just coming off of 49.
Oh, yeah, it's a friggin' good pick, man. Okay, so is this pick 49? With the 49th, with 49th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Chris Jenkins,
there you go,
defensive tackle out of Michigan. Boy, oh boy, do I love what the Bengals are doing. Amarius Mims in the first round. I love Chris Jenkins. Like, to me, very close to a first-round grade. This has been kind of an area of the Bengals where they've needed some juice, right? Like Zach Carter has not been it for them as a recent pick. They signed Sheldon Rankins, which I think is a nice player, but they want to rotate up front. And I think Chris Jenkins has just a really exciting blend of athleticism, length. Maybe you wish he had a little more pop in his hands, but I thought he got better and better throughout his career, showed up in the big moments for them at Michigan. Like, I'm a big Chris Jenkins fan, and it's kind of painful for me to see two really good trench players going to the Cincinnati Bengals and Amarius Mims and Chris Jenkins.
Well, I think that's, Duke Tobin and how they kind of got to this position that they've been as a competitive team before the Joe Burrow injury and this whole season that got off the rails for them in 2023. They hit on a lot of picks. And, part of that strategy is trying to plug needs before they come. And Rankins is a nice short-term bridge, and Jenkins playing behind him. I think Rankins is a great player for Jenkins to learn from as well. So, yeah, I think they're getting pretty solid value here, Cincinnati, with these first couple picks.
I am pretty over the moon for it. So our next picks coming up, we'll have the 50th pick here, the Commanders, the Steelers, Colts, Commanders again, Browns, Dolphins. So
don't mind me just casually watching interior offensive linemen to see who stays and who goes.
Well, the only one that's been picked is JPJ. So Frazier and Christian Haynes and Cooper Beebe are right there for you. And I don't feel like Washington's going to be a threat there.
They spend too much money in free agency, so I'd be inclined to agree with you.
Watch Pittsburgh get Frazier. That feels like that's going to happen. Right? Like when you feel that's got to happen. So, but if it's Christian Haynes, if they get Christian Haynes at 55, I think that'd be a slam dunk.
I would be over the moon because when Haynes' name came up earlier, it's probably the best scheme fit in the class for a guard exclusive player.
Yeah. So let's look who is on the clock as I reset my mind here.
50. That's Washington.
50 Washington. Yeah. So, and they traded back if I'm not mistaken. So
correct.
And Washington's got all the draft picks this year. Them and the Cardinals, tons and tons of draft picks, and it's good for them. Those are teams that should have lots of draft picks based on where they're at in their life cycle.
How about this from Rega? Pittsburgh 80 Mitchell.
It's a very Pittsburgh-y thing to do, right?
Oh man, him and George Pickens as a 1-2 punch at wide receiver.
Russ Wilson just throwing up the YOLO balls of those guys, man.
Dude, that's exactly what it would be, right? It's like those guys just win down the field. They got big body types. They got good ball skills.
Chuck it. Just chuck it, man. So Washington, did they make a pick earlier?
Martin, I guess you didn't watch last night's show.
Well,
can't wait for Greer to make a pick that Kyle didn't wish for, and then by the time the next episode of Locked On Dolphins comes, he'll be doing a 180 since Chris Greer is always right. Just go watch the last show.
Yeah.
I said this would have been my
lame. Boo. Washington traded back. They also Johnny Newton was the pick that I was trying to remind myself. So Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, a trade back, and now their opportunity here at pick 50.
So looking at the board,
take command. A tackle, right? It's tackle for Washington. That's what they need to be doing right now.
Theoretically.
You'd think Patrick Paul or Rosengarten.
I think I had them with Paul when I did my second round mock, but you also have Suamataia.
Yeah, he's there
available too.
Like all the offensive tackles went in the first round. I don't think we've had one yet today.
No. And it's been the defense catching up from a raw numbers perspective.
We appreciate everybody being here. We've had such great viewership throughout the night. If you're enjoying it, feel free to share it on the social media. Let people know that you're enjoying it. And you tag me. I'll be happy to retweet that as well. This has been awesome. Like we don't take for granted that you're choosing to spend your draft day with us. And so a lot of gratitude from Kyle and I.
There's a lot of great content creators. And it's cool to be a part of this community, especially this time of year. But like there's a lot of great people that have great insight. So for the consistent viewership that we have had in the first 2 nights, and for us to have been received the way that we have been for our NFL draft coverage has been very flattering and very cool.
Yeah, we didn't really publicize that we were doing this as well as we should have. So means a lot. Means a lot that we get to do this. Thank you for being here. So I feel like this has been the longest time it's taken for a pick yet today.
I've been doing timestamps. So we had pick announcements going back to 43 at 134, 136, 138, 142, 145, 148, and 150. And we're not 155. So you are correct. So, in about the past half an hour, this is the longest we've had to wait.
Thank you, Commanders. We have a pick. So with the 50th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Mike Sanristil, corner.
Let's go.
Michigan.
Good for my guy. So Sanristil was my second best available player on the board at this point. The positional value thing is as a nickel exclusive corner is kind of what hurts his value and slides him down the board. He's also not the biggest player. I think he's 5'9", 185 pounds. So he's not a big dude. But for a player who was a wide receiver at Michigan, transitions to the defensive side of the ball and is a starter in the nickel for the last 2 years, incredible instincts. Just the feel for playing defense while being a wide receiver is tremendous. And I think that's what gets exciting about him as a player, as a coverage option. I have heard that there may be some medical stuff there that also contributed with a slide there, in addition to him being a smaller player where you have to live in the nickel and be in the run fits and not being a big guy maybe contributed to that as well. But for me, this is a great value pick at pick 50 for Washington and Adam Peters.
Yeah, new regime in Washington, and that's an interesting dynamic for the 2 DBs they drafted last year in Quan Martin and Emmanuel Forbes. Dan Quinn, now your defensive coordinator, and they played Benjamin St. Juste in the slot so much, which I've always thought was a little bit different and weird.
Yeah,
I wonder how they now piece this together. Like, what's going to be their preferred situation on the back end? You feel like Sanristil will be your slot corner. Kind of fits what we've seen from Dan Quinn, but
can you salvage Quan Martin?
I'd probably play him at safety. That's kind of my thoughts there. Emmanuel Forbes, it's going to be an uphill climb for him, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he played last year and then just stopped tackling as a complete outlier, like a 166-pound corner that this regime didn't bring in, like that's...
Well, that is the embodiment of everything that we were talking about with, who was it? Treylon Burks in Tennessee.
Yeah.
This is the painful part of all of the turnover and attrition that happens with football management. Is these players kind of get caught up in the wind of it, and it's the unfortunate reality of the league, and it gets really nasty. Because I like Quan Martin coming out of Illinois. I thought he was a good tackler. They threw him out there early this year. He took some lumps, and the fan base got all over him for missing tackles and busted coverage. But that's a player I thought had a really promising future, and just the way that this is trending, I don't know that, between Dan Quinn and now a second round pick in Sanristil, I don't know how much of a look he's going to get.
So if you were a GM in last cycle and you liked Emmanuel Forbes, and you should call them and get discount on that. And that's probably the best for everybody, because I don't see the path. I don't see the path for him right now with this team. So that's an interesting dynamic as we now get to pick 51. So this is Pittsburgh. This is Pittsburgh. So we're thinking Zach Frazier. We're thinking A.D. Mitchell, right? Like receiver and center just feel like massive needs. There's talent available.
Yep.
So they could go in a different direction. Maybe there's a corner they like. In the first round, they picked who did they pick? Okay, so we have the pick.
With Fatano, you jerk.
Troy Fatano. So with the 51st pick of the 2024 NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Zach Frazier, center, West Virginia.
Yep.
It's just like perfect sense, right?
Overhaul that offensive line. So now you have I think he's the best pure center in the class. Like, I think Graham Barton's a better guard, but I think Zach Frazier's tape, and he's right in their backyard. So you knew regionally they were going to be all over. That's a short jaunt down the highway from Pittsburgh to Morgantown. Like the value here. He's my third rated interior offensive lineman, but one of the two in front of him was Talise Fuaga for me. Sam Teets justifiably fired up in the comments. How do you not get excited about Broderick Jones, Troy Fatano, and Zach Frazier added to your offensive line the last 12 months?
It's outstanding. That is outstanding. And I liked how they didn't panic. Like, they didn't force themselves into Graham Barton in the first round. They was like, okay, Fatano's here. We'll find the spot for him. Let the board come to you.
And the natural centers the last couple of years have slipped in the draft on day 2. So I think that's a good cognitive awareness for Pittsburgh to kind of understand the trends of the position.
Yeah. Outstanding pick. So we're here with the Colts now at 52. So we have the Colts, Commanders, Browns, Dolphins, Cowboys as your next 5 picks.
I'm not going to say it.
You have the pick for the Colts?
No. I had a thought about the teams that you mentioned between my pick and what's on the clock for my rooting interest for that pick. I'm not going to jinx it.
Yeah.
Think about the rosters of the Colts, the Browns, and who was the other team?
Commanders.
The Commanders.
Yeah.
And what they do and don't need.
Yeah.
You're
probably all right. You're probably all right.
Please.
But don't marry yourself to one outcome, Gal. You know this. You know this as well as anybody.
Yep. Do not do it. It's the first class ticket to getting disappointed in the NFL draft is to marry yourself to one player outcome at any stop along the way.
But then when it does happen, man, is that a good moment? Is that a good moment?
Good. Especially when you pound the table for Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips.
Right,
and you get them both. That was the high of highs as like a draftnik and a fan simultaneously. And it haven't got too much of that since. So it'd be pretty cool to get that back. But we'll see, because we have a couple picks left. Indy.
Yep.
You got that pick?
Have it. It's an interesting one here.
All right.
So with the 52nd pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts select A.D. Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas.
Good pick. At this stage of the draft, this is a good pick. So you got Leatu Latu,
and
first edge at 15, and then A.D. Mitchell, who from a talent perspective, I think had a pretty strong case to be amongst the top 6 wide receivers in the class. And Chris Ballard came out and said, we need to protect and give weapons to our quarterback and Anthony Richardson. I think that's why you saw a lot of the mocks right before the start of the draft had them trading up for Brock Bowers or had them taking Xavier Worthy. You heard they really liked Xavier Worthy. Well, they get the other Texas wide receiver and they get him after they traded down to get here, right?
If I'm not, they traded down. So they were picking earlier. This was one of the trade ups. Yep. So they moved back and still got A.D. Mitchell. Feels good, right?
Yeah. Feels real good, I bet.
I think you have to remember. I think you got to remind yourself that Josh Downs is part of this weaponry too. You know, because like I think you might be able to say, okay, you have like body control, catch point guys in Pittman and Mitchell. You do have that complementary player in Josh Downs. And by the way, Jonathan Taylor's still your running back. So
and then you have quarterback run game math at your disposal as well.
Yeah.
Which, good luck with that.
It's a lot to deal with. It's a lot to deal with for the Colts. Feel like they're giving Anthony Richardson a great opportunity here in year 2 coming off
Nick Saban talking my language. Nick Saban on Mike Sandersill. pound for pound, maybe the best football player in this draft.
He's a baller, man. There's no doubt. It's
And
not hard.
They experienced it firsthand.
Yeah,
because they played in the semifinal.
Sometimes you watch DBs and it's hard, right? Because like there's a lot of plays where they're just not involved. That dude, the role that he played at Michigan, just all the time, just as active as they come.
Right.
Are the Commanders on the clock?
Know if Washington finally goes tackle here.
Well, they're on the clock at 53. So we have Commanders, Browns, Dolphins, Cowboys. And we've mentioned a tackle 100 times now, it feels like, for Washington. They picked the slot corner or the corner, Mike Sammerstro. I didn't mean that to like slight him. I think he's an unbelievable player. It feels like this should be their chance to get a tackle right now where your left tackle right now is Cornelius Lucas. Come on, I know they drafted Braden Daniels, who's waiting in the wings, but I think you got to take this chance if you can.
Do you remember any of those players from years past where we would do these shows and we would just go like pick after pick after pick and we'd say like the same thing over and over again, like, oh, it's got to be this or that or this player or that position? Do you remember? I vaguely remember some of those instances coming up, but I don't have any specific ones off the top of my head.
Yeah, I remember I know what you're saying. I don't have a specific one, but you kind of get yourself in those traps. You're like, okay, this has got to be it. Right.
So if it's not tackle for Washington, let's open our minds. Like a Quado. Open your mind.
I think edge.
That's a good call out, but what edge are you going here at?
Right, that's a good question. Marshawn Nealand? I don't know.
Are you surprised he's still on the board?
No, but yes.
It's a good answer. That's the perfect way to phrase that response is no, but yes.
I mean, your starting tight end is Zach Ertz. Is that something we consider here?
Theo Johnson or Ben Sinnott?
I mean,
linebacker?
Feel like Cliff in Arizona just like wanted to get a tight end so bad. So something I'm thinking about.
And if it's Cliff, I think maybe Jatavian Sanders would be an interesting add. It's probably too early for that player. But
so is somebody asking for a Rick and Morty reference, or did you do one and then I didn't know about it?
Open your mind with the Quado.
Okay, that's Rick and Morty.
Yeah, well, it's originally from a movie, but then Rick and Morty used it as the inspiration for an episode in the most recent season.
And we're still putting out episodes of this. It's still going.
Got renewed for like 3 more seasons.
Did it, man? Oh wow, it's in its absolute prime.
Joe Marino's devastated.
Well, I watched an episode by force. I was coerced into this, and I can't believe anybody would watch it.
Man,
so
you're missing out.
I don't feel like I am. I feel like that's the overstatement of all time.
I think the problem with it is there's a lot of their shows are centered on pop culture references. So it's almost like, you know how South Park is like they have managed a way to do these animated shows, but they do it a week at a time. So like something that happened on Friday, they could have a show on Wednesday the next week about as a spoof of it. So that's kind of like part of the appeal is there's a current events element to it. And Rick and Morty's not that, but there is a lot of pop culture.
What confuses me is we have very similar lives. We're consumed with football. We have wives. We have 2 kids that are very young. Where do you have the bandwidth to keep up with any of this?
I binged Rick and Morty when we had our first child, and I was up at 2 a.m. watching the baby for 2 hours. Just turn it on and binge it.
I'm impressed with that. Your mental capacity is broad, very broad. Okay, so the NFL draft is happening. So let's get back to that. The Commanders pick is in. We don't have it yet. So we have Commanders, Browns, Dolphins, Cowboys is our next slate of picks. We're speculating on a tackle for Washington. We've tried to open our minds to other possibilities.
Open your mind.
There's a Rick and Morty reference, which for anybody,
Total Recall is
it's an amazing cartoon. We have the Washington Commanders pick, Kyle Krabs. This is going to be one to discuss here.
Okay.
With the 53rd pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott, tight end,
too.
Kansas State.
Good for Ben Sinnott, who at this stage was my third best available player. We talked about Cliff wanting a tight end, right? And finding that kind of player. And Sinnott has an incredible athletic profile with his testing. And I think he played in an offense that does not give you a lot of opportunities to be successful in the passing game, but he did a lot of dirty work, but made big plays when he was given opportunities. And he is a jackhammer. Like he beats people up on the edge. He beats people up in space. He's probably the best inline blocker of the class, other than, I don't want to speak out of turn. He might be the best. Tip Ryman from Illinois is the best inline blocker in the class. But for my money, Sinnott's the next best. But he's super versatile. He's got like 40-inch jumps. He's like 90th percentile jumps for tight ends at the combine since 2000. Like, this is a really impressive athlete with a lot of ceiling to tap into.
If I'm not mistaken, he's got some pretty good size as well. 6'4", 250.
Yes.
Ran 4.68.
Keep going. You got his other stuff?
I moved away from it, but the point being is, like, as we convinced ourselves to open our minds, it kind of got to that place. Like, remember Cliff in Arizona? He wanted to get these tight ends, right? It was like constantly trying to get it figured out. And so now he does have Zach Ertz, who he had in Arizona, and Ben Sinnott as your top tight end. So Washington putting together a haul that includes Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Mike Sandristil, and Ben Sinnott.
96th percentile 3-cone drill, 94th percentile broad jump, 97th percentile vertical jump, 81st percentile 10-yard split for Ben Sinnott.
If you're going to wear 34 as a tight end, you better have some athleticism, right?
He brings it. He's got it.
So it's interesting situation there.
Cleveland.
Yeah, this has got to come on, Michael Hall, right?
You got Hall.
I mean, I hope not, but
are you selfishly hoping that's the pick at 60?
Oh, I'd be through the moon. It's Troy Franklin at 60, Kyle Krabs. We know what's going on here. I responded to your tweet. I knew what I was doing.
Right. Who else stands out to you for best availables at this stage?
Looking at my board, Trey Benson, I have very highly rated. Christian Haynes, Michael Hall, Peyton Wilson, TJ Tampa, Javon Bullard. Those are names for me that really stand out on the board.
So Peyton Wilson, Trey Benson, and Javon Bullard are the three best grades that I've given out. They're kind of in a tier in their own. But if you kind of go second round values that are out there, Roman Wilson, Theo Johnson, Roger Rosengarten, Christian Haynes, Michael Hall, Junior Colson, you mentioned TJ Tampa, Ennis Rakestraw. Some good talent on the board right now. And it's kind of across all positions. So I think what's interesting is you think about Cleveland. Do they care about the biggest need on this roster is linebacker, right? Just if you just looked authentically, like, hey, where do we need a starter? Or where do we maybe need a starter? It's linebacker.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they signed like Jordan Hicks and Devin Bush. Obviously, JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is like a fixture there, but he needs a running mate. Colson would make a lot of sense to me.
I think Junior Colson would be a great pick if they chose to go that route. I'm just worried about positional value, and they're very analytically based and driven front office. So using your first pick on an off-ball linebacker kind of flies in the face of that. I'd be a little skeptical.
So, yeah, but the difference between, okay, what is the glaring hole on the team and what do we think they are going to do, right?
Right.
So I wonder let's open our minds.
Open your mind.
I'm still waiting for a tackle to get drafted today, man. I'm a little surprised. I don't know if that would happen here.
Is it maybe because all of the teams other than Washington who we have associated as tackle need teams addressed the tackle position yesterday?
Got to pick here, Kyle Krabs. Got to pick. With the 54th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Michael Hall, defensive tackle, Ohio State. So this was this is one I don't know. I think I've been talking about this for a while. I said at the beginning of the show, I said, what's the one pick that you would want to see? It's Michael Hall going to the Cleveland Browns, where I looked at their roster and I just said, okay, maybe some young pieces for this defensive line rotation where your starters are Dalvin Tomlinson and Shelby Harris. You have Quentin Jefferson is kind of that guy you signed to maybe be like the third guy. Michael Hall, man, like he's got length, he's got athleticism, he's got power. I know he's not the biggest guy. He's probably around 290. But
I don't care.
Dude, he's so disruptive.
Really
he resets, he plays with extension, he has moves. I really like him a lot. I think this is one of my favorite picks of the second round so far.
And for you to be Cleveland and have to be sitting on the sidelines for the first round, for the top 50, to have to just be sitting here and waiting to come on the board. I do a great Rick impression. Thank you, Wildcat Thompson. And have a player who has the passing down impact that Michael Hall is capable of having. And I know the raw pass rush production's not there, but when you watch him on tape, you see the disruptiveness that he brings to the table.
Yeah, if people are going to get hung up in like the raw production, I just don't care about it. Like, watch him play. You're going to be stunned that he didn't have more production than he did. Let me pull my notes on him. Michael Hall. So he winds up having 9.5 tackles for loss and 6 sacks in 24 games. He's going to turn 21 in June. Unbelievable athlete. 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 9.27 RAS score. He can play. And I think it's a really good spot for him. Like to play behind like a Shelby Harris. What a great player to have for him in the room to kind of work behind, because I feel like there's some similarities in how they play.
Well, you wanted to tackle.
The Miami Dolphins are on the clock for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
So you have the Dolphins pick.
I would like you to confirm it.
Okay, well, I will wait to confirm it when I can. We talked about Michael Hall so quickly, I forgot Miami was on the clock here. Sounds like there's a tackle. We'll see. Kyle's had a great opportunity here to gather his thoughts on who the pick's going to be. The chat, why don't you let us know your thoughts? I know there's a lot of Dolphins fans here.
Offensive line. Who would you like? Who would you not like?
So the board, I feel like this board fell a little bit better than the first round did for Miami. Now, what do they do with it?
I think so. You sat here and watched. You had a big defensive run. I know interior defensive line's kind of an associated as a need for them, but I think they have enough bodies where like they could rotate. They'll need a nose tackle, I think, but I don't know how much more they would invest, like a big investment in.
So Chop Robinson, first round for Miami. We've been thinking offensive line. If Kyle's corrected, it would mean it would not be Christian Haynes, who I would have thought would have been a phenomenal pick.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Austin Jackson now extended. He's the guy at right tackle. Terron Armstead's back, but kind of wonder about the long term there.
Mm-hmm. I think this will probably be Armstead's last season.
Right. So
in Miami, he was kind of flirted with retirement. He reworked his contract and took less money. Kind of the writing on the wall. This is it.
This is a weird moment where you feel like you know the pick. You're waiting for my confirmation. I don't have the confirmation. You said it's a tackle, so that means it's not a guard. I have a pick.
There you go.
So with the 55th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Patrick Paul, tackle, Houston.
I appreciate that it's an offensive lineman. Athletic, toolsy. That's their MO. They like premium positions with their early picks. He's just so raw. So I appreciate the fact that this is probably not a guy who's going to play early, because he's not going to be capable of playing at a high level early. Learning from Teron Armstead will be helpful. They have shown an ability to develop. I think people maybe sleep a little bit on Keon Smith, who is a UDFA offensive lineman for them, who kind of flashed as the third tackle last year behind Kendall Lamb as the swing tackle. But they are very much betting on their ability to develop players, and they're kind of taking what the Bengals' MO which was we're getting out in front of some needs. Last year was getting out in front of cornerback with Cam Smith. This year it's getting out in front of potentially Bradley Chubb and Shaq Barrett as your third edge guy. Now you have Patrick Paul. He's got all the tools in the world, but he's nowhere near put together. So they're going to have to figure out how to do it.
6'7", 331, 36 and a quarter inch arms, 44 game starter at Houston.
That's the discouraging part. 44 games started and just all over the place.
Team captain the last couple of seasons for Houston. Probably that, that scheme, Dana Holgorsen scheme probably didn't really set him up well, right, for life in the NFL. But it's certainly a bet on traits moment for Miami. Year one, like you don't really think about guard for Patrick Paul. I wouldn't think.
No,
maybe
I don't think so.
I guess when you look at that, you don't see the year, like how does he help you this year? And I think that's probably developing and getting ready to succeed Teron Armstead after the season.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to take a 6'7" raw offensive lineman and move him inside the guard and ask him to learn how to play. Right.
Right.
It feels like a disaster waiting to happen. And I would process this pick a little bit better. I'm underwhelmed by this pick, to be completely honest with you. I would process it better if you had a third round pick. But right now, this is it until the 5th round for the Dolphins. So you came out with Chop Robinson, who's going to be your 4th edge, and Patrick Paul, who's going to be your 4th tackle. And you're trying to compete. Where are the players that are going to contribute? And you may have Cam Smith off of last year's draft class, who didn't really contribute at a high level. And maybe Eric Ezukama coming out of the 2022 class after it looked like they had a special package role for him, and then he got hurt with a neck injury. So you have a couple of guys in the pipe coming up. But you lost some starters that I don't think you replaced, and you still haven't replaced them. And I know you have post-June 1st money coming, so maybe you're going to bank on vets. And if you do that, we'll see. But there's a lot of players that are sitting here on the board that I would look at and say, I think you could be plugged into the starting lineup and start for the Dolphins in September. And they didn't pick him in either two spots.
It's been interesting for Miami because they have traded away draft capital to get veterans, but I think you could maybe look at the last few years and feel like outside of that Phillips, Waddle year, the production from rookies hasn't really been there. I know Devon Achane last year for sure. Kohu has kind of come on as he was an undrafted player, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But there's that element's missing for Miami right now. And I understand what you're saying is that you don't necessarily look at these first two picks, not picking into the 5th round and feeling like you have the path to impact. I'm higher on Chop Robinson. I think he can help that defense this year, especially based on like what the opportunity looks like in terms of the health and comeback of Chubb and Phillips. So
can we stop saying this? Since 2020, they used a 1st-round pick on Austin Jackson. They used a 2nd-round pick on Robert Hunt. They used a 2 and a 3 to trade up to get Liam Eichenberg. They gave Teron Armstead a $75 million contract. They've now given 2 centers $7.5 million per year contracts. And now they've used another 2nd-round pick. And this is in like a 3-year stretch. You can question the evaluation ability of it. And for a team that's had no consistency with their offensive line coaching, this is the first time since 2017 they've had the same offensive line coach in consecutive seasons. But let's not pretend like we're sitting here like everybody was pissed off yesterday they didn't take an offensive lineman. Here's your offensive lineman. I don't particularly like it. But that one rubs me the wrong way because they invest a lot in the offensive line. And then the risk of that is a lot of these guys are playing at the college level and they're not ready to go at the college level.
The Dallas Cowboys have made a pick at number 56 overall, and with that selection, they pick Marshawn Nealon, the defensive end from Western Michigan, very toolsy. Of course, they just lost Dorrance Armstrong, final year of the contract for DeMarcus Lawrence. Marshawn Nealon doesn't play running back or offensive line, but this defense is going to take on a bit of a different look and feel with Dan Quinn no longer in the mix. But I think that Marshawn Nealon's going to benefit a lot from getting a chance to play with DeMarcus Lawrence, because all the tools in the world exist for Marshawn Nealon. It's activating those tools to make plays. And he's got length. He's got some power. Like, everything is power for him. You need some development here, but I do understand the need here. They did have Sam Williams, who's really kind of come on for them as well. This is definitely there's some vision required with this selection. I don't know how much he helps them this year.
It's super toolsy. I appreciate that addition to an edge group that very much fits the MO of the kinds of guys that they've bet on, whether it's Sam Williams recently. Who's the Kansas kid that they brought
Austin
in?
Booker. Oh, you're thinking of Armstrong, Dorrance Armstrong.
Dorrance Armstrong, thank you.
Now in Washington, yeah.
They have had a lot of success on toolsy edge guys. And I think this is a nice continuation of that when you consider what they have in the pipeline. And it's just a matter of them continuing that trend amidst the departure of Dan Quinn.
So to reset here, our next picks coming up, we have Tampa currently on the clock, Green Bay, Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, as we get closer towards the end of the second round. The current team on the clock is Tampa Bay. And to this point, they've drafted Graham Barton. So they're coming back up with this selection. I wonder if Marshawn Nealon was a target for them, right? Kind of fits their type. Corner, we've talked about for Tampa Bay.
Would like it here for him.
TJ Tampa is still there to be picked, which would make a lot of sense, right? Sort of like feel like that should happen. Your thoughts on where we're at with Tampa and what their possibilities are here?
Yeah, I would love to see them go corner here. And they obviously traded away a starter this offseason to Detroit. So they're a team that I having locked in the quarterback, having some veterans, is this maybe a weapons spot too? I guess I should take down Sue's comments. Sorry, I was updating.
They will not yet draft another offensive lineman.
All right, we'll go with TJ Tampa.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just at a tough spot with where I feel like there's best available players versus their needs. So I kind of just I look at who are players that I think make sense regardless of whether or not it's best available. And I do think TJ Tampa is one that makes a lot of sense.
He stands out for me at corner. You've obviously Ennis Rakestraw as well out of Missouri is out there, but I feel like corner's getting cleaned up a little bit here. If they did go with a weapon, receivers still available. Roman Wilson, Devontae Walker, Jermaine Burton, Troy Franklin, Javon Baker.
Is this kind of a sneaky safety spot? They have 3 safeties on the roster. One of them's Winfield on the franchise tag.
Jordan Whitehead's returned as well, right?
Right. That was their free agent signing for the other safety spot.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. And there's certainly players at safety that I like. I talked about that in the open of our show that I was like 9 that I like on day 2. We've had 1 go. Tyler Nubin, safety 1.
I don't know. I'd like Bullard there.
Yeah.
As just the, if you want to get into just value propositions for them, I think that makes some sense. I think Are we deep enough into the draft where Peyton Wilson could be justified?
I have the pick.
Okay.
So with the 57th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chris Braswell, Alabama edge rusher.
Okay. You called this one out as a top 100 player.
We didn't have?
I don't remember if we put him in or not, but I remember you invoked his name and like went to bat.
Yeah, I just said you feel like Marshawn Nealon would have been a fit for Tampa, and Dallas just picked him. So you always wonder, right? If was I right about that? I don't know or not. I think Braswell's a really fundamental player. That's what I'd say about him. Like, understands how to set the edge and has baseline rush ability. When I watched him, I didn't see a super dynamic guy. I thought I saw like a one-speed rusher that was kind of very methodical in his approach. I didn't see like quick twitch dynamic ability. So you understand the need off the edge. They certainly need some of their younger players to step up. I get it. I'm just not Chris Braswell's biggest fan.
If they were going to go with this kind of player, I think I might have just like my personal preference. I would have maybe liked Adisa Isaac from Penn State a little more. But edge, they moved on from Shaq Barrett. Tryon Shoyinka hasn't come together. They had some flashes from Diaby, but what are you really going to count on for them or for him as a mid-round pick from you last year? It's felt like that after the departure of Shaq Barrett, there was a lot of uncertainty with that room. So I think it makes sense to continue to add to it.
We got our next pick in here. It's the 58th pick. So with the 58th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers select Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia. And that's a good pick. Now they have a lot going for them at safety now with the free agent signing of Xavier McKinney. And now they bring in Javon Bullard, who I have a very firm second-round grade on. He's my number 2 safety. And if you count Cooper DeJean as a corner, he's my number 1 safety.
Yep. Same boat.
I love this pick for the Packers. It feels like their secondary experienced a lot of attrition last year as well. So obviously a path to being a starter here, but that couple of very dynamic players here in Edge Cooper and Javon Bullard here added to the Packers. And then there's this layer. Are they the team that a lot of Georgia players they've been going after lately with Quay Walker, with Devontae Wyatt, with Eric Stokes, Javon Bullard. So this is definitely a pipeline. Georgia's certainly a pipeline for the NFL, but Green Bay and Philly certainly participating quite a bit.
So I guess for Green Bay, the interchangeability, I think, is the thing I'm most excited about here. For Bullard, he's capable of playing deep. He's capable of playing in the nickel. He's capable of playing on the second level, even if he's not like the biggest guy to do it. And you have that to pair with Xavier McKinney. With all the this is very different from what Darnell Savage turned into for them and what else they had in that safety room. So I like the identity of this a lot. And that back seven, adding Edge Cooper with his versatility, along with Javon Bullard, who was my third best available player at this stage. I had a late 1 on him, early 2. That's a kind of an individual bucket. Late 1s and early 2s go together. Baller. I like what Green Bay's doing a lot.
All right, the Houston Texans are on the clock. Then we get the Buffalo Bills. Kyle, let me tell everybody about who real quick. Is it Monopoly or LinkedIn?
I believe it's LinkedIn.
All right. So when you're hiring for your small business, you want to find as many quality professionals that are right for the role, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching a new job but might be open to the perfect role. In fact, in a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now, it might not have the time or resources to hire. Well, Luckily, LinkedIn is always trying to find new ways to make that process easier for you. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef-designed recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy-to-read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
We got picks. We got the Texans pick. We have the Bills pick. So with the 59th pick, the Houston Texans select Blake Fisher, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. You are on mute, Kyle.
Sorry, I was crushing my Built Bar. They want to hear the chewing. It was a Built Puff, technically, but yeah. Good player. I think he's a fairly high floor player, Blake Fisher. Love that Houston continuing to invest in their offensive line to make sure that they don't have. Well, they went through a lot of attrition issues last year, and they were undeterred. They kept swinging, and they're making sure that they have the depth that they need there, especially with Howard having some level of positional flexibility. I think is kind of interesting.
Yeah, they continue to invest in the offensive line, right? Like that is definitely a thing. We finally get a tackle today, and Blake Fisher. You had talked about him as a candidate as well.
Get a tackle at 55. Thanks.
It slipped my mind.
Thanks a lot.
That slipped my mind. I want to wait for confirmation on the Bills pick. I have one source on it. I need a second one because that's my rule.
What's your vibe check on the one? Since we did this with me, where I had my pick and was sat in limbo.
It's an expected pick in my mind. Okay. But it's also not Troy Franklin. So I was kind of thinking that they were going to pick Troy Franklin right here. I can tell you that it's not Troy Franklin.
Franklin.
Yeah, if it's who I think it is, it's a fine selection. I think you will in particular like this player. You've said that to me. So we'll get the confirmation. As far as I know, it's not a double dip at wide receiver at this point. So I'm not expecting a wide receiver at this pick.
We will wait on bated breth for Joe Marino.
Here we go. It's the same scenario, right? Like you had it.
Well, since you're here for 6 minutes and wonder, I can point out that Sean pointed out that this was the fastest LinkedIn read in the history of mankind.
I had to get through it. All right, I've got a second source on this. So with the 60th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Cole Bishop, safety, out of Utah.
That is an expected pick. You're right.
Right. Like even some of the mock drafts, so it was like no pick 60, Cole Bishop, really big time athlete, 6'2", 206, 988 RAS score, a 3-year starter at Utah. Played a lot in the box for the Utes there, and my favorite thing about him is when he does play low, how he triggers and plays downhill, how he tackles. He's a very high effort player, very good, like off the edge, shoot a gap type guy, a lot of short area quickness. And I think as a guy that can come in and play some man coverage against tight ends, I think that's where he provides a lot of appeal. Where I'm curious about Cole Bishop moving forward is what type of deep coverage ability does he give you? That's the thing, right? He didn't play a ton, at least in my exposures, in deeper alignments. And so I'm interested. Like, I don't think you're going to draft Cole Bishop and think, okay, center fielder. But I think as a split zone safety that you would play low, in the box from more time to time, it's pretty intriguing. And so now your safety room is Taylor Rapp, who you signed to a 3-year deal, but it's a 1 year and we'll see. You brought in Mike Edwards, who's a 1-year deal. You kind of feel like you have a cost control option here. And if there's one thing that Sean McDermott gets right, it's safeties. And so this is a pretty big investment in a safety that has a lot of athleticism. Surely Dalton Kincaid gave them all the tips on him as well. I would say this is an expected pick and potentially a very solid pick. I could see him being a pillar of this defense for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the athleticism shines, and I think that's probably the biggest departure from what was there with the aging players, right? And Hyde and Poyer to have, and Utah, between him and Sion Vaki, they moved their safeties around a lot. You talked about Cole playing low, and when they got down the red zone, he was playing some second level stuff.
Yep.
And really good like mobility and sideline to sideline and run support. So I like that part of Cole Bishop's game quite a bit. I think the missed tackles are the biggest thing for him to kind of get dialed in. He's not a long player from a reach and wingspan perspective. So you have that with a player who does fly around, but sometimes flies around with a little bit of lack of regard for tackling posture. And I think that's an easy fix. But if you were going to give me if I was going to give you the kind of the MO on like the book on the pros and the cons, the versatility and the athleticism pop big time. And I think he's a smart player. I just think he's got to get that part of his game polished up.
Yeah, it's 29 3/4 inch arms. And I'm looking at my notes here for growth areas. Lack of length impacts his tackle radius, right?
There you go. Yeah.
So it's definitely something that I noted. So, okay. It feels like a solid pick. And I feel like the McDermott, this is a guy that I want to get, right? Because he's had like this long career of just like figuring it out with safeties.
Yeah.
This is a pretty big investment for him at the position. So expectations should be pretty high here. We do have another pick after. Yeah, it's Detroit. So this is pick 61. So with the 61st pick of the 2024 NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback out of Missouri.
They're fixing that room, huh?
Yeah, Terrion Arnold in the first round, coming back in the second round with Rakestraw.
So two of the not necessarily the biggest, but some of the smartest high football IQ corners in this class. I think that's the thing that stands out to me for both of those guys. What really stood out was the instincts and how well they saw it and how fast they saw it.
Well, yeah, and I really appreciated Missouri. I think I said this to you, and I'm not sure if it's a good take or not because I didn't watch enough college football like throughout the season. I felt like the team that just made it tough on every opponent was that Missouri defense. Like you did
say that, yeah.
Like they just made everything hard. And like one of the games that moved me off of Brian Thomas was Missouri because I thought Rakestraw ate his lunch. And so I think this definitely fits this Detroit, mantra. They have a type. I think he fits perfectly within that. And now you look at this corner room, and of course they brought in Carlton Davis, but Terrion Arnold and Rakestraw certainly gives them a lot here with their top two picks to really give them a lot of options and solidify that back end.
Yeah. And for Detroit, I lost count of how many times we said this, but we're like, dude, Kendall Vildor is a starting corner for Detroit playing in the divisional round of the NFC playoffs. Like,
can't go to war like that.
we got to have more bodies. And they have gone out and prioritized. They have made the decision to invest in this position. They have not just addressed this need. It is investing in this position. And I think for them, with the foundation that the roster has been set with for how they have drafted the past two seasons, they have the ability to do this now, to start to narrow their focus on the roster and be a little bit more attentive with how they're spending their early picks.
So we are inching closer towards the end of the second round. We have Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City, your last three picks, 62, 63, 64. Then we get to the third round. And if I'm not mistaken, it's 5 minutes between picks. So things
will go fast.
Yeah, it's going to go fast, which is exciting. But also, here we go. Okay, so I have the Ravens pick. make sure I know the number here. So with the 62nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Roger Rosengarten, offensive tackle.
Imagine that.
Out of Washington. So they go Nate Wiggins in the first round, the corner. They come back with Rosengarten. And, of course, they traded away Morgan Moses. You felt like a lot of that was to get a spot for Patrick McCarry. But obviously that doesn't stop you from getting Rosengarten, who's a good player, right?
Pretty good chance he starts for them.
I would think so.
It's a lock, but it's a pretty good chance because a lot of their contenders for that spot are utility and flex guys. They could fill a couple different spots, whether that's Fa'alele and him being potentially a guard, and then McCarry, like you mentioned. So letting the board fall to you, right? And I think you and I have both mentioned Rosengarten as he was my top available tackle coming into the night. It was Rosengarten, Suama Atia, and Patrick Paul were my top 3 offensive tackles coming into the night. And for Baltimore at the end of the second round, to get Rosengarten is a job well done by DeCosta, but that's usually what they always do.
Yeah. If Falele is still there, entering year 3, curious to see like what type of role he has. They did sign Josh Jones. Ronnie Stanley feels like always some injury concerns there. So I think it's smart for them to kind of load up here at tackle. Makes a lot of sense to me. So now we are one more pick. No, we have San Francisco. So we have San Francisco and Kansas City, 63 and 64 left to come. And so San Francisco picked Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
Ricky.
Right, which is
pretty Ricky.
A big brand moment for Kyle.
Big brand win for Kyle.
And I say this very respectfully. For somebody who is very unique in, I think, your evaluations, right? You're not afraid to stack a board a certain way. You have aligned really well with the NFL, and I don't feel like that was intentional at all. It never would be.
This year's class?
Yeah, I feel like you have aligned so much with it.
I feel I observed that at the end of the first round, just looking at who was left on the board and how it came off. This feels like the year in which how I have stacked my personal rankings has most closely reflected what's come on. I can tell you I have 1, 2, 3. I have 4 players right now through 62 picks that I did not have day 1 or day 2 grades on through almost the first and second round. I mean, that might not seem like a small number, but just if you're authentically saying, I believe in these players, I don't believe in these players, I think these players have too far to go, that's a significantly smaller number than I think what, especially like early career Kyle, what his board would look like.
Well, I even think like Pearsall going in the first round and how you valued him. Ben Sinnott being the second tight end drafted, and you had a really high grade on him, and I don't think there's a lot of conversation around him. Even Chris Jenkins, who I was championing as defensive tackle 3, and you're like, I think it might be Tavondre Sweat, and you had other players that you wound up eventually stacking higher than Chris Jenkins. Like you've been very you've been close. And again, not I wouldn't call that a goal of yours, but it's interesting that it's aligned so much.
It's always interesting how that balances, right? Because there's ebbs and flows with it, and sometimes the league swerves when you're expecting them not to, and as we get a better education in this ourselves by doing and learning, I would say Suama Atia is another example where I remember doing him in the summer. And I was like, I see a little too much Blake. Was it Blake Fisher? Was that the BYU tackle last year? Blake.
Stiff. Dude was so stiff. That's all I remember.
Didn't he go to the Colts?
Yeah. Real quick, so San Francisco is traded with Kansas City. So here we go. They trade with Buffalo in day 1, and day 2 they trade with San Francisco.
Blake Freeland.
Blake
That's the name we're looking for. It was his teammate. Who was his teammate, and then Suama Atia replaced him at left tackle this year. And I thought he was stiff too. And seeing him still be on the board, I think based on the mock draft projections is a little bit surprising, but I think my gut won on that one in the end.
I'm very curious to see where Kansas City did they move up one spot?
Yeah, they must have been playing defense.
Okay, so we got it here. The Chiefs go from 64 to 63. and they give up 173, 211. So 63 and 211 for 64 and 173. So they move up one spot in the second round for 40-something spots in probably the sixth round for 49ers. So they're playing defense. Kansas City likes this player a lot. Now I wonder, like, is this the BYU tackle? Is this who it's going to be?
Maybe. I mean, for me, it's offensive tackles that I still have a third or fourth round grade on. It's Suamatia and Amagaje are the only two. So it's like, if you want to tackle at this point that you feel like is a mid-round guy who could maybe start, you got two options at this point. One of them played at Yale and missed half the season.
We got it, Kyle. With the 63rd pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select offensive tackle Kingsley Suamaitea out of BYU. So there you go. The Bills gave him Xavier Worthy. The 49ers gave him their left tackle.
Do I get any retroactive credit for my round one mock draft?
Dude, that's happened multiple times to me. You know what I mean? Where you get a guy, it happens in the second round, it doesn't help you in the contest.
Right. Well, it's even more impressive for Kansas City that you did that at 63.
Yes, because if they picked them at 32 or whatever, nobody would have been really surprised, right?
Out of an eye. Yeah.
Right. So now they get them at a full round later.
So you were wondering when the tackle run was gonna happen, and Miami kicked it at 55.
They did.
Paul, and then Fisher at 59, and then Rosengard and Suamaitea the last two picks.
So do you think? I mean, where do you compare him to Wanye Morris, who got a chance to play a little bit last year? Is this probably your left tackle for Kansas City?
I think he's got a really good shot to beat Wanye Morris out. I think Wanye Morris coming out of Oklahoma was a little bit more all over the place. I think he was a little bit more raw. I just think Suamaitea is very explosive in linear situations. I think that's where he shines the best. And he has the prototype build, right? He was originally enrolled at Oregon. There's a pedigree there. And it shows up, but I still think there's some technical lapses with his pass sets. And I think he is a little tight in the hips. But I'd probably rather have that, given his explosiveness, playing next to Joe Thuney, than Wanya, who I think is toolsy. Don't get me wrong, but I think there was just a lot of variance in his play because he was so raw.
Well, in Juwan Taylor, the right tackle, I don't know how long-term they're tied there, but Wanye Morris could be the eventual successor there, right? It's not a bad thing to have depth at tackle, especially for them and kind of how vulnerable that was for them this past season. And then a couple of years ago when they lost the Super Bowl to Tampa Bay, I feel like the tackles were exposed there, right? So I think sometimes you learn lessons along the way, and for them to get some options here makes a lot of sense for Kansas City. So Xavier Worthy, Kingsley Suamaitea, maybe if I said that correctly, I have no idea. That's your 1-2 for the Chiefs as we now get to the last pick of the second round that belongs to the San Francisco 49ers. And Ricky Pearsall, and now this selection. This is going to be their second pick in the draft.
Let's see. Who do we like that would be super obnoxious for San Francisco to take? Dorless?
Oh, that'd be super 49ers-y.
Christian Haynes?
They have to pick Dorless, right? Isn't it they're required to pick the long, athletic Oregon defensive lineman? They must do it.
I think corner's not a bad option with Tampa and Ronaldo Green and Elijah Jones.
Quick pause. With the 64th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ronaldo Green, cornerback.
Okay.
Florida State. Kyle, I need a moment for myself.
Oh, he's going to relieve himself. My goal and objective is to go the wire again tonight. He couldn't believe I went the wire last night. So he announces the pick and bails on us. Ronaldo Green from Florida State. really aggressive and physical player. I like his tape a lot, and I think it's in the middle of this group of corners where there's different body types. I would put Renardo Green in the kind of play in your face type of player. I think is where he's at his best. But he's a big time striker as a tackler. And Sam, explain yourself. I had Green. Yeah, Sue, I had a second round grade on Renardo Green. So I liked him quite a bit coming in. Sorry, Ryan. Making everybody have to go to the bathroom.
Brother, thank you.
Well, you didn't really give me a choice. You said, here's the pick. I'm out of here.
Right. I had some little coffee beforehand to make sure I had plenty of juice to get through the stream. I got some unsweet tea here, man.
Good luck to you.
All right, so there it is. Credit to Kyle. Oh, really? Wait, are you going or not, man? Kyle doing Kyle Krabs things. Okay, the start of the third round is upon us.
What I missed?
You're unbelievably fast. Credit to you. You should take it if you need it, bro.
I don't need to. I
don't know how that's possible. Congratulations on that for you. So we're now into the third round. The picks come faster. The opening pick of the first round belongs to the Carolina Panthers, who selected Jonathan Brooks. They've added Xavier Legette to this point. Has there been anything else in this Panthers haul? Let me take a gander at
filter if you'd like.
They've picked in, so that's their only two picks to this point: Xavier Legette and Jonathan Brooks. So here they are,
surrounding Bryce Young with young weapons after spending in free agency.
Yeah, getting him some guards. Is it time to go defense? So some edge rush, perhaps.
I just don't like the value.
Mo Kamara?
This was the biggest argument that I settled on for Miami when they picked Chop Robinson was the chasm from here to the next. Like, I think Austin Booker and Muhammad Kamara are probably ideal players in the end of this round as compared to the very beginning.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott, for tracking this. And those, of course, are two players that we debated and didn't land on. So
left them both off.
Yeah. Silly us.
I feel worse about Tavondre Sweat because the tape was so good, but there was so much momentum that I can't possibly be mad at us for doing it.
There's been a trade. The Jets have traded up. So they go from 72 to 65. They part with 157. So the Jets moving up, and I don't feel like we've heard from them since Olu Fashanu.
It's because they didn't have it too.
Didn't have it too.
Right.
So they're back up. They didn't. Is there a weapon? I'm thinking weapon. I'm thinking wide receiver here for the Jets, where Roman Wilson's available. What receivers you like here? Javon Baker's there. I don't know how much you like him.
No.
Tez Walker.
Kind of this weird. My best available receivers are Roman Wilson and Jermaine Burton, who's got some off the field questions. Malachi Corley, who I don't really like as a fit for them. Malik Washington, Jalen McMillan. That's it for second and third round grades for me at corner or at wide receiver.
They moved up. So here we go. With the 65th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Malachi Corley.
Okay.
Wide receiver.
Shows you what I know.
Western Michigan. So this is really interesting because I kind of had some Amari Rodgers vibes with Malachi Corley, who at one point was a draft pick for Green Bay.
On day two.
It didn't really work out. So I feel like there's a desire in this offense for yards after catch, right? And Aaron getting the ball out quick. You could just kind of see some of those very quick passes. And that's what Corley is, right? He's a yak guy through and through, has a dense build. I don't know as much about how polished he is as a intermediate deep threat. That's not really part of his game, but get the ball in his hands, ask him to create. That's the MO here. And that's what they had in mind when they made this pick.
Well, and I guess your silver lining is you reflect on what the Jets offense has been the last 2 years. For different schemes the last 2 years, I understand that, but you brought back the coaching staff from this past season. There's been a lot of scheme touches because they've been a training wheels offense, right? So they kind of have some of that stuff in their book where, okay, I can kind of process getting Corley in space, and they added Mike Williams as a vertical threat for whatever he's going to stay healthy for this season to go with Garrett Wilson. They've reinvigorated the offensive line, so maybe you get a little bit more heavy boxes with consistency. And Corley was a scheme touch guy. So if you want a physical guy who can potentially bring you some value as a receiver in the blocking game, but can take those quick touches, that's, I guess, where the fit is. I would just like Corley to be a better route runner. And I don't necessarily think it's fair to expect a lot from him in that regard when you consider the offense that he played at Western Kentucky and what they did with him and what they asked him to do. But he's a monster in the open field, so you just got to get him those scheme touches, I think, early.
Well, and I think you can look at the makeup of this receiver core with Garrett Wilson, of course, bringing in Mike Williams, and now I know Xavier Gibson, I'm sure, is not very quickly going to not be the slot receiver, but Malachi Corley, you think complementary skill sets, I feel like he's different than the other players that they have, and I can always appreciate that dynamic. So we have the Panthers trading out of this top pick of the third round. The Jets make their pick, and Arizona owns the second pick in this round. So pick 66, they've made a selection. I don't have it yet. But Arizona, Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Johnny Newton. And didn't they draft a corner as well? Do you have that?
It was Max Melton.
Yeah. So they had a lot of draft capital. We knew that there'd be a big infusion of talent to this roster. That certainly continues with this opportunity. I know that they did not trade out of the selection. I still think that there's some this could be a wide receiver team for sure.
Would like to see them just go best player available at this point, which I think is either Peyton Wilson or Trey Benson.
Ooh, Trey Benson.
Yeah, that's like how long are we going to ride James Conner?
Right.
You know?
Right. You forget he's still there, right? Just
plugging away and scoring touchdowns too.
He is
pretty productive last year.
Right. Sleep on them all you want. It's not even like they didn't have everything right around them, right? Like the offensive line had issues. The quarterback obviously didn't have Kyler for most of the season.
Disaster, right?
Yeah,
like they no Kyler. Yep.
Does his thing, man, all day long.
Sue Ann for her fantasy team put her foot down, says can't be Trey Benson. He's got
you're out here salvaging our fantasy teams left and right, Kyle Krabs.
But those are the only two players that I had. And obviously there's medical contributions for Peyton Wilson, and the running back devalued position contributes to him being there. But those are the two guys that I think are surprisingly available for me. And then Blake Corum, another running back, is next in line. Well,
we have the Chargers coming up in 2 picks. So
okay.
Could it be
Stay tuned.
Right. If Blake Corum goes to the Chargers, he's a top what fantasy pick?
He'll be a first round, right?
Is that how that goes?
Top 12.
That'd be so interesting. That would be so interesting.
I'm rooting for it now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said this. We did. What was it? We did some episode where we were talking about fits we love, and this was on yours, and I'm like, how did I not think of that?
Was it the matchmakers for Valentine's?
I don't remember.
Did we do that?
I don't remember. A lot of episodes. We just did our 2000th show together, right? We didn't even celebrate that. So
I guess this is our celebration technically.
Yeah, here it is. We are now celebrating 2000. Like count to 2000. Like literally do it and then think to yourself, that's how many times we said and hit record. Thank you for being here. You know what I mean?
But just on this podcast feed.
Oh yeah.
We technically did probably 100 more or a little less before.
I've heard you talk a lot about football in my day, Kyle. It's quite a bit.
In the chat about this pick.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
Seeing
Austin.
some congrats going on there. Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Ryan.
We're still talking about Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman. I've not been able to look
Dude, it has not stopped.
Unbelievable.
I mean, there was a brief intermission where all my fans chimed in about how pissed off that they were that there's another developmental player who's probably not going to start for you this year. But
got right back to it.
Dude, there was about a 3-hour debate about like Jerry Rice ran a 4.7 versus Keon Coleman.
We got into the weeds.
Yeah, they went down a rabbit hole.
Good.
Big time.
That's what we want you to do in the chat. You guys air it out, figure it out, solve all the world's problems. Back to business here.
Do we have the Cardinals pick?
No, somehow we don't. Arizona and Washington we're waiting on. This is gonna pile up. I know
the clock's going to go to 3 minutes. It's
boy, here it is. With the 66th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select. I'm so sorry, Sue-Ann. Trey Benson, the running back out of Florida State.
We've been nailing him lately. Outstanding. And we just exhausted all the talking points waiting for this pick to get announced. So,
I love Trey Benson. This is my number one back. Like I just had so much fun watching him. He's like 6 foot, almost 200 pounds, sub 4.4 speed, breakaway runs left and right, sees the field well, and he can accelerate and go. Good dense build, thick everywhere, never fumbles. Like I love that about him. Over 300 touches, never fumbled at Florida State. But I also love that he's got 300 touches, which means like not a ton of tread on the tires or not a lot of mileage on the tires, if you will, going into the NFL. And so, it's James Conner, who's been a really good player, but then that's it. Like it's Amari DiMarcardo and Michael Carter, like definitely a need here. I think this is a good move to kind of get ahead of that. I really like Trey Benson. I continue to like what Monty Ossenfort does as this team's GM.
F in the chat for Sue-Ann's fantasy team.
Yeah, so you hate to see it.
My favorite Trey Benson stat, I dropped this on the Bleach Report stream we did on Wednesday. 54% of his career rushing yardage has come on runs of 15 yards or longer. This dude hits home runs and runs in the 4.3s and is 215 pounds. There's a lot to like here. And oh, by the way, this is a team that gets quarterback run game going.
Yeah.
With Kyler, or they're capable of getting quarterback run game going. And now they have an alpha receiver on the outside. So they're piecing it together and just a master class for Monty Ossenfort. And the reason why I mentioned Trey Benson at this juncture of the draft, as we said, the first 2 rounds, they've been very cognizant of positional value and taking premium positions. And you get to the 3rd round, it's like, all right, let's just take best player available. And my best player available without the medical tag that Peyton Wilson carries was Trey Benson. So I think they read this very well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. All right, so we now have the Washington Commanders on the clock. Then we have the Patriots and we have the Chargers. So the Commanders and Patriots have made picks, don't have them yet. So we will not have trades for those selections. The Commanders being on the clock, okay, I do have the pick here. So with the 67th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Brandon Coleman. They've announced it as a guard out of TCU.
He is a guard, so that's a good call.
I was a little higher on Coleman. I think the tools are pretty appealing to me. He's got length and athleticism. What's your appeal there in terms of like? I know you've thought of him as a guard through and through. 34 and 5/8 on the arms. Run sub 5 in the 40-yard dash.
Just the body type. I think the body type.
Kind of the squatty build, 6'4", 313.
He's dense. He's built. He's kind of built like Dylan Parham.
That's a good take. Yeah.
And I think that plays well inside. I think he's got a really stiff anchor. I think while he played sufficiently in the Big 12 as an offensive tackle, and his 2022 tape was better than his 2023 tape. I think that's somebody who you kick him inside and you don't stress him in vertical sets, and the power that I think he brings in the run game can really shine.
I'm interested to see what the path is for him to be on this starting five. They signed Allegretti. Sam Cosmi feels like a very successful transition to right guard. So he's going to have to beat Allegretti, which, I mean, let's be honest, that's a backup guard for the Chiefs. It's obviously a good situation for Kansas City. I think that's good competition. I think that's it's your third round pick. Certainly that's your plan. You would love to see that happen. But, we're in the developmental starter phase here, right? These aren't guys that people are drafting to immediately be a starter. It's nice if they are.
You need to tell everybody about your competitive side.
Thank you, Kyle Krabs. I have a competitive side. Kyle Krabs has a competitive side. And our competitive side is a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times. And it's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one, but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations, building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I can charge them rent on my iconic properties, just like classic Monopoly. But now I can also rob their vaults of riches for myself, and the leaderboards show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competitive side that loves it. You can team up with friends and people all around the world in time tournaments to earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go for free on the App Store or Google Play.
Yeah, Clutch, we don't work for likes. Likes don't pay the bills, buddy. Comment says that broadcast is catching up to us. I've seen some allusions to Patriots pick. I've seen some.
I have it. I have the Patriots pick.
To is it Caden Wallace?
The Patriots select Caden Wallace.
That's going to hurt the predictive top 100.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming. Then we get to the Chargers. These picks just came as I went through this. With the 69th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Junior Coleman, linebacker out of Michigan. So there's our first Michigan Harbaugh pick. Yes, and looking at the Chargers, they obviously Diane Henley is a recent draft pick, not by this regime. Denzel Perryman, Troy Dye was signed this year. Like, this was a sneaky need for them as they kind of moved on from Eric Kendricks. Who's the first? It was
Murray.
Kenneth Murray, no longer in the mix here. Obviously, Harbaugh knows him well and has identified him to potentially be the Mike linebacker there.
Yeah, I think this is kind of you're into obviously the third round now. So the positional value debate about whether this is worth it or not is kind of over. This is LB2, right?
Cooper, and then I think this is the next one. Yeah.
Yeah. So you need 6 in the next 30 picks to meet the 5-year average of linebackers in the top 100. I don't think we're going to get there, to be honest. But I think 2 linebackers in the top 70 is kind of a testament of the state of affairs with this linebacker class. But we talked about Coleman at the beginning of the stream. He's big. He is capable of being physical. He's good in space. I think there's a lot to like here, and familiarity with the coaching staff, I think, will probably be something that helps him with his developmental curve.
Yeah, I'm excited. I like that pick a lot. I'm a fan. They didn't pick like Blake Corum though, so the dream.
You got Gus Edwards there, right?
All right, we have a pick here. So with the 70th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Phillips, cornerback, Kentucky.
You like this player a lot.
He graded pretty well for me. Let me check my board. I think I think he's a 3 for me, which would be appropriate value. Yeah, he's a 3 for me. TJ Tampa hasn't gone yet, right? So
Correct.
I had TJ Tampa available, DeCameron Richardson, and then Andrew Phillips is my other highest rated corner. Again, Shane Bowen coming over to take over this Giants defense. And Andrew Phillips, I think the knock on him is that he never had an interception at Kentucky. But I see a player here that is athletically gifted. He's instinctive. He's tough, physical. I think he could play inside and outside. And this Giants team, like right now, Nick McLeod, a potential starter for them, Cordell Flott. I feel like there's room for a corner here in addition to Deonte Banks entering year 2. So Tyler Nubin and Andrew Phillips back-to-back picks here for the Giants after going with Malik Neighbors in the first round.
Yeah, the secondary get a nice overhaul. They've invested a lot in that defense, right? And you think about the Brian Burns trade and now a couple of young players in the secondary and what they spent on the offensive line. I mean, this group's going to look different. And I think it was obviously needed with how they've struggled this past year. And we thought the year that they had all the wins with Daboll was maybe not indicative of the talent on the roster. So for them to trying to play catch up coming into year 3, I think it's important after they regressed in wins. And I certainly am here for all of the competition you can bring into that secondary because I think they needed it.
Yeah. Here's a fun fact for you. In the second round, we had 20 defensive players drafted, which is the 4th most ever in the second round and the most since 2016 where they had 22. That nugget comes courtesy of Jeremy Fowler. So you get 14 offensive players in a row. The defensive talent pushes down, and then eventually teams go get it. We saw a corner run. We saw a defensive tackle run. Some safety started to come off the board as well in the second round. So that evened up a little bit. So pretty fun fact there. All right, we are into the third round. We quickly kind of got through that Caden Wallace pick to the Patriots. I was not expecting him as a top 100 player.
No, me neither.
So interesting. We get the Chargers who went Junior Colson. We went the Giants who have Andrew Phillips. Now we're here with Arizona at 71, Carolina at 72, Dallas at 73, whose hearts must be broken that Trey Benson's been drafted. And then the Atlanta Falcons. So hold your breath with that one coming up.
That has been brought to you by C4.
Send us the money. I know people get mad that we have to do ad reads and we like to pay our bills and support our families. So thanks for sticking with us for 45 seconds while I say some words.
He's like, dang, there's this many people in here. We got to deal with advertisements.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, man, we got companies that really support our programs and we feed our families off this. So
you got a newborn baby in the other room there. She likes living in this house. So if you don't mind, like to pay my bills.
A little bit of tolerance for a couple ad breaks.
Enjoy the free content. Nothing pisses me off more than complaining about us making money for doing this work. I'll get off my soapbox.
I don't want you. I'm going to redirect you here.
You get me going, brother.
As I look at the board and what's available, are you surprised that we have not had any more of these interior offensive linemen go? You have Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe, Zach Zinter, Mason McCormick, Dominic Pooney, Bo Limmer, who you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that.
Tanner Bortolini's still out there. I know he tested really well. I think Josh Norris has like the magic number for like the agility testing. And if you reach a certain threshold, like 80% of those guys are going to be like long-term NFL starters, and he crossed that threshold. That's the group for me that I'm kind of looking at. We expected depth at wide receiver just because of how deep the wide receiver group ran. But we thought we've had 3 interior offensive linemen, 4 now with Brandon Coleman.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's a little out of order too. I know certainly Jim Nagy hyped up Brandon Coleman as a day 2 player, but I wouldn't think ahead of literally 4 of the guys you just mentioned. Yeah, especially because we've seen the market for these guards and what they're being paid. Like all due respect to Robert Hunt, I think he's an excellent starting player in the NFL. I do. Is he elite? Is he $100 million elite?
Like, I would have never in a million years would have guessed he would have been a $20 million a year player.
Right. Like
that's your 20% upcharge on the open market turned into a 30% upcharge on the open market because of the salary cap growth this year.
It's never, it's just.
I think the last update that I saw was we are 67 of 70.
Yeah, shout
predictive top.
Oh, so that friggin' tackle from Penn State,
Kate Wallace, who has no business being a top 60,
like whatever
68 player.
That's the one you're like, whatever. The other two, you're like, yeah, maybe we should have.
Right.
It's like, whatever. The Patriots, of course, picking some weird tackle.
So we're on the board at, you said 71. Arizona's back on the clock.
Arizona, let me double check on that. Yeah, Arizona's on the clock at 71. We don't have the pick. Then we get Carolina, Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago. And again, Chicago, this is their first pick since 2 in the top 10. So interested to see how they continue to revamp this roster around Caleb Williams, their quarterback.
The chat is egging us on to do a custom ad for whatever we want.
Shout out to our everydayers. Big shout out.
Every day. We don't just say it. We live it here on the Locked On Network. That's one of my go-to lines. Do we have Carolina pick?
Kyle Krabs, if I had it, I'd certainly share it with you.
See the chat's offering some suggestions for potential picks. I didn't know if they were real or not.
We'll see if it's true or not.
I see you, Philip. Joe's the take or the pick master.
Right. There it is, Bub. My guy.
Oh, so yeah, who are we surprised is still out here that predictably we would have thought? Because I see, could Troy Franklin fall to 95? Troy Franklin being out there as somebody who was kind of buzzy as a first-round player may be surprising to a lot of people.
I think TJ Tampa stands out to me. I think Christian Haynes stands out to me. Those are the only two top 2-round players that are still on the board outside of Peyton Wilson, who obviously has majorly concerning medicals. I do have DeJean Taylor Demerson as a second-round grade, but that was definitely a brand player for me.
Roman Wilson, I think maybe a victim of just how deep the wide receiver class runs. Like, how many teams have drafted wide receivers at this point?
Yeah, fair amount.
A third of the league has drafted a wide receiver to this stage.
Yeah. I got a pick here for the Arizona Cardinals at 71.
All right,
with 71st pick, 2024 NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Adams. They're calling him an offensive tackle out of Illinois.
Yeah.
Pull up my notes.
I don't think we had him.
We didn't have him as one of our top 100s.
No, I'm pretty confident we did not.
Which hurts because I think I had him graded in that. Yeah, I had a 3rd-round grade on him, so that's not my favorite.
Maybe we did then. I don't know. But
yeah, that's not my favorite thing. That's true. Pull it up here. Isaiah Adams, 6'4", 317, 25 game start. Yeah, that's what's exciting about him. He started 14 games at left guard. He started 11 at tackle, and has played left guard and right tackle. So he's played both sides. I liked him quite a bit. I thought good functional strength. I thought he had some pretty good technique. He's a player that big glow up, started his career at very low levels, gets to Illinois, becomes a starter, becomes a leader in the program. This is Arizona who made the pick here. I mean, to me, it makes sense that they've kind of needed to add to this offensive lineup. Certainly did that with Paris Johnson, but they've signed Jonah Williams. But I think that interior of Hernandez, Hajalte Freyholt, and Elijah Wilkinson, certainly upgradable.
Yeah,
and I think this is a reasonable piece for them to start building that up.
Yeah, I think he's another player who had a better season. His peak was not 2023. I think maybe the draft range that he's drafted is a little bit more indicative of his 2022 tape as compared to his 2023 tape. And sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes players get moved out of position. Sometimes the necessity for you, for the team requires you to do things that aren't, the ideal version for you. Sometimes you deal through nagging injuries all season long. But I think if you look at the full body of work for Isaiah Adams, especially if you're going to play him inside, I think that's where you maybe can see this being a pathway for him being a contributing player for the Cardinals.
Carolina, Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, our next scheduled slate of picks. This, of course, Carolina moved back with the Jets from 65 to 72. Your
brother's in here tipping picks.
My brother is in here tipping picks. Well, that's not how we do it. It's not how we do it. Let's see. Maybe he's trolling us because he's the only person in the world that knows the pick right now. Did somebody call him? Does he know Dan Morgan personally? Telling him who the pick is?
If it's the pick, I think it'd be an interesting one.
Right. Wouldn't that maybe not be a good sign for old Shaq Thompson? coming off of an injury. Of course, Frankie Louvu now on the Commanders. We will see if that winds up being the case.
Scott with the update. Mason Smith, Devondre Sweat, Caden Wallace, and Isaiah Adams.
A little tough stretch, man. We
You know
want
what?
to do better than 84, right?
We want to do better than an 84. The most stressful thing is the last 10 picks.
Right. So if we have weird reactions to picks, it's probably got a lot more to do.
We're counting our predictive top 100.
All right. So Frank is correct with
Trevor Wallace.
Yeah, with the 72nd pick, 2024 NFL draft, the Carolina Panthers select Trevin Wallace, linebacker out of Kentucky. We were talking about the makeup of this linebacker room with Frankie Louvu leaving in free agency. They signed Josie Jewell, who obviously has familiarity with Jairo Avero from the time together in Denver. But Shaq Thompson, the stalwart here of this unit, had an injury last year. And you kind of just wonder about the long term there. I feel like this is probably a succession plan for him.
Mm-hmm.
So not a very deep linebacker year. You think he can play Mike? Like, I don't think you need him to with Josie Jewell. That would be your Mike. This is probably your running mate as a weak side guy.
Well, and I think that's one of the things he does best is he plays hard. He flies around. And he is capable of really striking people. I think that's one of my favorite things about him is some of the hits and tackles that he has with pursuit to the football. So I think for Trevin Wallace, that's where if you are going to put him in a pursuit role in the defense, I get pretty excited about it. I think he's somebody who showcase some linear and short area explosiveness. I think you're going to ask him to play in long ranges. That's maybe Sam. I think he's got good range in the run pursuit and sideline to sideline range, but not necessarily like I think he's a little tight in the hips when he's got to work back off the line of scrimmage. So let him be a guy who can just chase the ball and be that pursuit player. I know that's a devalued position in the league right now. But I think that's where he's best and where he can really pop.
So Dallas is on the clock, and you feel like maybe offensive line could be part of their plan. I don't know if they would go with Jalen Wright. They certainly lost on the pick. We have it in number 73 overall. Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe, the guard out of Kansas State.
So former college tackle at Kansas State, former college left tackle. I had a 2 on him. It took me a while to come around and warm up to Cooper Beebe just because I think he's somebody who isn't particularly dynamic or fluid, but he is somebody who has really good phone booth power. And if you play him inside, I think you can really pull that out of it. And he's somebody I thought in pass protection because he played clean and controlled and kind of understood his area of influence. It allowed him to be fairly sturdy. So that's where I ultimately settled on Cooper Beebe. I like him a lot better in a fit for Dallas. And now you're taking Tyler Smith and moving him out to tackle, and Beebe presumably will play guard. I like the fit and I like the value here at 73.
Yeah, I like the value as well. I wonder what the dominoes are here because they drafted Tyler Guyton. Cooper Beebe's never played center, and that feels like the weak spot of this line at this current time. So they have to figure it out.
Go get Bo Limmer.
They should. And Jerry Jones, Arkansas, right? That's definitely a thing here. So we are getting to pick 74, Atlanta coming up here. Then we have Chicago, Denver, Vegas as our next picks coming through. The Falcons, of course, traded up for Rook. They drafted Michael Penix, and I believe this is their next selection.
Atlanta. Let me see. Can confirm. So okay. Picked at 8, 35, and now this pick here at 74.
I would certainly love edge rush. I'd like corner as positions.
So who do you like as the net? Do you like Kamara, Booker?
Yes, those are my
Isaac?
two guys. Those two guys. Kamara and Booker are my favorite, like, third-round edge rushers, and they're both on the board. I'm a big fan of both.
I think what's interesting is I do have the two threes, and it's Kamara and Booker, but I have very high fours available in Brennan Jackson from Washington State, Isaac from Penn State, Xavier Thomas, Gabriel Murphy. Guys kind of have some unique challenges as far as their skill sets. And then their roles, there's kind of intersections of like, where are they best? Where are they actually implemented? But Kamara and Booker do stand out as the two top ones if they do choose to go. And then Jonah Ellis, I would include in that conversation as well.
Picks in for Atlanta, so that means we'll get to Chicago, Denver, Vegas, Philadelphia. Surely Philadelphia will just get another amazing addition to their secondary as this continues to roll along. Maybe that'll be TJ Tampa. John jokes and wants an ad read. It is the top of the hour, so don't mess around with us. I like
LinkedIn and Ross Jackson cameo.
Right, yeah, it's coming. So your wish will be our command here very shortly. I'd love to. Feels like the chat is telling us that it's Braylon Trice. I am now. The chat is now beating me. I don't know what's happened here. So good on you guys.
Man, if it looks like it is Braylon Trice, and we debated him quite a bit.
And there it is. So with 74th pick, the Atlanta Falcons select Braylon Trice.
Class is
edge,
a disaster.
Washington. Interesting player, like not a lot of athleticism, not really the body type that you're looking for, but like the production is absolutely there. Like he was one of the most productive pass rushers in this class. It's just you wonder about the translatability, right? And the Curtis Weaver was kind of the name that you and I couldn't really shake when talking about him. And so I don't know, the draft class for Atlanta just continues to be kind of goofy to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bottom percentile player in just about everything from a physical skill set. And this physical skill set's not be all end all, right? But he played in the 260s and cut to 245 and ran 4.75. Like, and I think the lack of explosiveness kind of showed up on tape. I thought he played hard. I thought he showed heavy hands, but he doesn't have length. It's 12th percentile for arm length. I thought all that showed up. So if you were telling me that Atlanta was going to go with a pass rusher to complement some of the toolsy players that they've added, like D'Angelo Malone in recent years, exponentially more athletic player. I think you think about, why am I blanking on the name from Penn State, second round pick, transferred from Temple.
Oh, Shaka Tony?
No, dude, they drafted in the second round.
Transfer from Temple.
Check it, or will I get it first?
Arnold Ebiketie?
I gotta find Arnold Ebiketie.
Shout out Sam Teets. He gets credit.
Sam Teets got it first. But like there's toolsy guys here. This is not a toolsy guy. And I just kind of question what the ceiling ends up being for a player who I don't know what he hangs his hat on at the next level. But I think what's interesting about what we've kind of seen since about pick 65 is a lot more variance. And I know Daniel Jeremiah sent a tweet out today and said that the general consensus is about the top 50 is the top 50. And after you get outside the top 50, it's going to be, he called it a flavor draft.
Yeah.
And you're going to start seeing a lot more variance where teams are going to go on day 2 and draft players that other teams have as like late round grades. And I think like the way that I graded this class, you're starting to see a little bit more of that, like some red grades for me, which is like 5th and 6th round grades. Like they're starting to show up here, and we'll see if that continues or not.
All right, we're going to get to the Bears pick on the other side of it, so be sure to stick with us. But folks, when you're hiring for your small business, you want to be certain that you can find as many quality professionals that are right for the role. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job but might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't visit other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're not looking in the right place. LinkedIn also knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now and might not have the time or resources to hire. Well, luckily, LinkedIn is always looking for ways to make that process easier, including that they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef-designed recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy-to-read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
With the
Those are
70
wild animals.
with the 75th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Karan Amagaji, offensive tackle, Yale. Put your handcuffs away.
Very proud of you.
Thank you
for the proper pronunciation and a super toolsy player. I mean, you think about the other tackle spot beyond Darnell Wright is between Braxton Jones and Larry Borum, and they signed Jay Curran. Like, getting another intriguing guy into this room, I think I'm totally here for, and I could see him being the long-term answer to that spot if he gets enough time. And there's some inside-outside ability there as well. And I know they gave Nate Davis 3 years, $30 million, but I don't know how married I would be to that either.
We also have the next pick with the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, the edge out of Utah. Son of former Bronco Luther Ellis. So that's a fun little layer to that.
Like, all of his brothers are like college players too. Like, that's a big time football family.
Good on them. I was going to talk about Ellis here. Pull up my notes. 6'2", 248, 23 tackles for loss, 16 sacks. Had 16 tackles for loss and 12 sacks this past season. 33 inches on the arm length. I saw a very active player, like a big-time motor off of him. There's that good athleticism. I think he's got to develop his pass rush plan, but I think there's really good first step quickness. He's got that spin move he likes to try to get to quite a bit. So if he gets that down, right, that's kind of a lethal thing. But I think at this point in the draft, I mean, this is appropriate value. I had Jonah Ellis graded did I have him in the third round? Of course I didn't. I had him in the fourth round grade.
Fourth round? I also had him in the fourth round grade.
So interesting fit here. I think you can make a case that they needed a little bit more off the edge here in Denver, and feels like we're having a little bit of a run here on Utah players.
Well, and it's also very Denver, right? When you consider the composition of edge guys that they have gone after over the past, 3 years, to get another kind of undersized space guy is just a continuation of that, which I think is interesting. I know a lot of the mocks that had them going edge in the first round, if they were going to go that way at 12, was talking about diversifying that room as compared to Benito and Browning and these guys that can stand up, but are you true edge setter guys? And I think that's the question that I had with Ellis too, is just stacking the point of attack and playing at the line of scrimmage. But pretty intriguing pass rush profile here as well. We have Raiders going offensive tackle. Is that correct?
Yeah. So with pick 77, and then we have a trade after this, the Las Vegas Raiders select Delmar Glaze, the Maryland tackle, and then the Texans traded with Philadelphia. So Philadelphia moves from 78 to 86, and they pick up 123. So Houston moving up into this spot from Philly, 86 to 78, picking up 123.
86 to 78, you said?
Yep. So they pick up 123. It was a 4th-round pick to move up. Like, what is that? That's 12 spots in the 3rd round.
Somebody they like.
Yeah, they do.
It's Peyton Wilson.
Maybe so. I'll admittedly, I didn't watch Delmar Glaze, so I have nothing to offer on this pick for the Raiders.
I had him as a 5. It's kind of in the same stratosphere of grades that I had like Caden Wallace in. So it again, it's all about flavor, right? And what do you like? What are you looking for with offensive linemen? And I think he's fairly physical. So when you think about the Raiders and what they have with their offensive line group, when you consider Jackson Powers Johnson already being added into that mix, I think he kind of fits the same just stylistic play. This is not a finesse player by any means.
So now we're very interested about who Philly traded up for in this trade with Houston. Were you speculating on Peyton Wilson? Wouldn't that just be a cherry on top pick for them?
Right, rub your face in it.
Right. Right. Or Christian Haynes potentially in this spot.
Don't you put that on me.
I don't think he's getting the 5th round.
Miami could come up.
They could.
They probably should. If they're smart, they'd probably come up. But
what type of ammo do they have after the 5th round?
They could take their 5 and probably a 3 next year. Do the Carolina Panthers
Everett Brown, Amani Edwards specials?
No, it was the Matt Corral deal. They did that with the Patriots 2 years ago.
They should really stop doing that. It's not working out. Future picks for Everett Brown, Armani Edwards, and Matt Corral. That was
it's a bit of a bad track record. Let's say that.
It's not working out for him. Okay,
filibuster for me. I'm crossing names off my horizontal board here, trying to keep track as these picks are being made.
All right, so Philadelphia, Arizona, Cincinnati, Seattle, Indy, our next batch of selections here. We know that this is a traded-in situation, and we are awaiting the pick, again, giving up a 4th rounder to move up 12 spots to get this player.
Keon.
Houston being aggressive.
Talent left on the board, man.
I wonder, man. So this is Houston trading into this pick.
Yeah.
Man, that's so interesting to me. I'm trying to think of what they would like. Because
oh, you know what? Somebody pointed out in the chat, it'd be fun to go Jeremiah Trotter Jr. if they do go linebacker, considering Jeremiah Trotter played for the Eagles.
That'd be interesting.
He'd be an interesting fit for. I don't know how much I would love it for Vic's scheme, though. Like the linebackers in that scheme play under so much stress because you have to play in a numbers deficiency, and you have to be anticipating gap exchanges with your defensive linemen. And I think just Trotter as a little bit of a smaller player is probably a little bit better in singular gap assignments. So I don't know that I love it from a scheme fit for Trotter.
So we don't have the Houston pick yet, but then the Colts traded up into 79 with Arizona. They go from 82 to 79. They give up 191. So we need to figure out who the heck Houston traded up for. That's my
congratulations, Graydon, on your free dessert.
Oh, very good. Somebody took advantage of it. Outstanding.
My C4 is my dessert.
What flavor you got there? Is that one of the Starburst or what?
This is the Hawaiian Pineapple Popsicle brand.
Wow.
Hashtag no free pub, but here we are.
Except for C4, the one exception.
Well, you're getting a ton of it because it was like the monsters that we had in, what was it, 20?
Those white monsters?
Yeah, in 20, was it 2018? This is Josh Allen draft.
Yeah.
We had those like crazy that year. That was bad.
Yeah, you had me on them. You had me on them for that weekend.
Yeah. But you need them for this weekend. Right. It's like a marathon.
I'm trying not to. Unsweet tea I'm going with here. That's my form of caffeine. Because
we got asked at the beginning of the stream while we wait on these picks to come through. How much did you sleep last night?
4 hours.
Did you get a nap today?
No.
Right. So, I mean, and it'll be like this tomorrow too. We won't necessarily be live, but we're plugged in for all the picks as they happen and doing content. And
yeah, there's the after the stream is really where you got to get into the podcast. You do Locked On Bills, Locked On Dolphins. We have the pick here for the Texans. So the Texans traded a 4th round pick to move up 12 spots to 78 overall, and they get Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC. So I like Kalen Bullock. He is a really rangy guy, corner background, ball skills. He can really run. And so I think if you're looking for a guy with range that can maybe fill like a one high role, that makes a lot of sense. Obviously they have Jalen Petrie at safety, who I think is extremely versatile.
Skill sets.
Ton. Right. And they still have Jimmy Ward as well. And they have Eric Murray. So Bullock kind of enters this situation, and I think there's a number of different ways that he can help them. But I think he add a little weight to him would be helpful.
Yeah.
But athletic and rangy, man. I enjoyed his film,
and the ball skills are there.
Yes,
too. I mean, he's got a big time nose for the ball. I thought the slightness of his frame was pretty apparent as a tackler. So I think that's why when you bring up Houston having names like Petrie and Murray and Jimmy Ward to complement that, I think that gives me a little bit more peace of Bullock, knowing that he's a little bit more of a skill specific player to potentially get some run depending on their early, if they want to get him playing time early.
We have the pick for Indy. Again, they traded up from 82 to 79. They give up 191. And with pick 79, the Indianapolis Colts select Matt Goncalves, tackle from Pitt. And when Daniel Jeremiah's board came out and he was the number 85 player, we should have been suspicious that he'd go a lot higher than maybe he should have. And then we get another pick, and we're going to get right to it because with pick number 80, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jermaine Burton, wide receiver, Alabama.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll glaze right over Goncalves. Let's talk about Jermaine Burton.
Amarius Mims, Chris Jenkins, Jermaine Burton. Wow.
So condolences to any Yusevish Yoshi fantasy owners, right? I know there was some buzz there, but Tyler Boyd going out, there was kind of a vacancy. And if Burton can stay on the straight and narrow, his vertical ability and ability to separate and track the ball down the field with some of the other threats that Cincinnati has as far as like where your attention's going to be from a coverage perspective, Burton's one that really stands out. This is as good of a value as I've had in the 3rd round alongside Junior Colson and Cooper Beebe from a talent perspective.
I love what Cincy's doing, man. I love it. I mean, really, really high upside players. Has there been a roll of the dice at least with Mims and Burton? Yeah. There's no question. But there's also no question the ability that these guys have. And like one of our big questions for Cincy has been just a lot of new around Joe Burrow in terms of the weapons. I know that Higgins as of now is back and Chase is back, but Boyd's no longer there. A new tight end situation, new running back situation. But this is a heck of a way to reload here, man. And if Burton, I mean, look, 6 schools in 8 years, that's not nothing. There's things to be concerned about. But if it's firing on all cylinders for him, and you'd feel like a leader like Joe Burrow, you know, can really have an influence here, you know, and what they want to be as a football team, that could be a really special selection for them.
The chat wants to know if T. Higgins is coming to Buffalo.
If you can explain to me how the Bills can take on that contract before June 1st, I don't
know. I think there's also a don't trade T. Higgins to
right. Yeah, I agree.
AFC rival that you're competing with if the Bengals are where they kind of expect to be element that makes that one challenging too.
They just picked Keon Coleman with the 33rd pick in the draft too. Like they're telling you
kind of like I'd like Keon and T together. Big body guys outside.
That would be that. Okay, so we got to that Jermaine Burton pick pretty quick. So now we have Seattle, Arizona, the Rams, Pittsburgh, Cleveland as our next batch of picks. We're now at pick 81. What can you quickly pull up Seattle's body of work to this point
in this year's class?
Yes,
I certainly can. That's the nice thing about the Google sheet that I am populating everything in. It's Byron Murphy.
And so that's it.
That's it.
Because they traded Leonard Williams was their second round pick. Good pick. That's a good player. You know, he's
you got him on a contract extension too, thankfully. So
right. So this seems like an interior offensive line opportunity. That's where we've kind of been talking about with Seattle. I think it was wise of them to overlook that to get Byron Murphy in the first round. But is this the Christian Haynes spot?
I mean, it's sitting here staring you in the face. He'd be a really good fit for stylistically what they do.
Scott keeping us posted, man. Appreciate you, brother.
I see
it's
a lot.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, with pick 81, Seattle selects Christian Haynes, guard, UConn. Logical pick.
So this is your Damian Lewis replacement with a player who's got more range in the run game than Damian Lewis.
100%.
I don't think he's as physically stout, particularly in pass protection. I think that's where he does let up a little bit, but you're going to run heavy offense, or at least we could expect it to continue to be a run heavy offense. It's hard not to like this pick. I think it's plus value at this stage in the draft. A body type that's comparable to Damian Lewis, like we said. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, it's a heck of a way to be patient and get an answer for your offensive line. I see a path to being a year one starter for Christian Haynes based on that opportunity.
They got Byron Murphy and Christian Haynes as their 1-2 punch with no second round pick.
It's outstanding, right?
Yeah.
It's absolutely outstanding. So John Schneider is like very much normalized over the last couple of years after being one of the most strange drafting general managers. It feels like he is 100% like, I don't know.
He got all the crazy out.
He did. Yeah, he got the crazy out. That's a good way to put it. That's a heck of a way to put it. So we no longer have to hold our breath when Pittsburgh or when Seattle's on the clock anymore. So Arizona next up here at 82.
Oh boy, here we go. We're gonna go with the best player available pick here.
Yeah, this is Monty Ossenfort becoming a fan. We're becoming fans of him and his run with the Arizona Cardinals. Now they went Trey Benson was their last pick, right?
Yep. And I'm just sitting here looking at my best available guys. And they've drafted Darius Robinson, Isaiah Adams, Marvin Harrison, Trey Benson, Max Melton. You could go potentially with... Oh, I wouldn't mind them taking another wide receiver and drafting Roman Wilson.
That's not what they did. With pick 82, the Arizona Cardinals select Tip Raymond, tight end, Illinois.
With a tight end. Okay. Blocker.
complementary player to Trey McBride, right? Who's become really good looking young tight end, guy that you really trust to play in line. And you said earlier, best blocking tight end in the class.
Got no opportunities in the passing game. I think there's maybe a little bit more there. He's like 260, if I can recall.
It's a big dude.
And they're full numbers because he's got some impressive measurement. Yeah, he's 6'5", 270, 79.5-inch wingspan. Ran a 4.64 at 271. And he can block.
This is an important addition because their tight end too is Elijah Higgins, who's a converted wide receiver.
Yeah, from Stanford.
They needed a guy to play in line. So very logical. You want to be able to do some 12 personnel. You want to be flexible with, of course, Trey McBride. I mean, I get it.
I think the best thing that you pointed out was the complementary element of that tight end duo in the same vein that we saw the Raiders take on with Mayer and Brock Bowers. And I think this is another example of that. And it's going to be really interesting to see all of these Dalton Kincaid flex tight end type players and who can optimize that the fastest and who can optimize that the best.
Yeah. I think we're still kind of learning what Arizona wants to be on offense, right? With in a strange year where new regime and then Kyler not really coming in until later in the year and also not necessarily having the pieces, right? Like very different looking group here very quickly. But between Marvin Harrison, between Trey Benson, they bring in the tight end, Raymond. Like we're getting an idea for what skill sets they have and you know what this offense is going to be. So it's kind of cool to see that come together here. We have a pick here for the Rams. This is interesting. With pick 83, the Los Angeles Rams select Blake Corum, running back, Michigan.
Man, so they're going to go Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. This is an
running back.
Kyle Krabs brand running back combo group. Good for you having the depth, right? Because Kyron Williams, he obviously got the massive run down the stretch last year, was one of the leading rushers in the league. And he's really good in pass pro, but he's not a big player. And for you to have another player who can do a lot of the same things theoretically, I think that's where I can appreciate this pick so that they don't lose their identity in the running game if they have to deal with attrition.
That's what I was thinking. It feels like over the last few years, that's happened to them.
Yeah.
You know, with Cam Akers and like just having to start the most random players in the world at running back. Obviously, their offensive line coming together, I think, helped as much as anything. Kyron Williams is a good player, but kind of having that hedge and being able to share the ball a little bit, I think really does work out. And I mean, you have I think it's such a high floor with that tandem of Williams and Corum, especially in that scheme. So
behind those maulers on the offensive line now too.
Yeah.
Their interior trio is 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, you're gonna hide 5'7", 205 behind that,
like contact balance and quick feet and good vision behind it.
Right. It's gonna be interesting to see that come together here. So Blake Corum, he's not a Charger, Kyle. We're gonna have to remember that forever. But
he is in Los Angeles.
He is.
He can go over to Harbaugh's house for lunch whenever he wants.
Right. And see Junior Colson and all the things there. So Pittsburgh is up. Two big-time additions to their offensive line to this point in Graham Barton now and Troy Fatanu and Zach Frazier. Wide receiver a need for Pittsburgh. Corner a need for Pittsburgh. Is this TJ Tampa? Is this Roman Wilson? Feels like one of those two spots would make the most sense to me.
I would not mind Dorless here either.
that would be a good fit for like stylistically. They run a fair amount of odd front, right? I think Dorless as an extension type player, that makes a lot of. I have no concern about him two gapping at all. I think he can certainly do that as a 5 tech.
Yeah, you keep him out of the A gaps, but just a crazy amount of versatility to line up outside, head up on the tackle, or down in the 3. And I think there's some good guys there that he could learn from and be a valued part of a rotation there if they went that direction. I don't know that he'd necessarily be a de facto high volume player, but as a part of a rotation with guys like Adams, Montrevious Adams, and Isaiah Loudermilk, like I think we could probably take some snaps out of that group if they were to take him.
Yeah, I agree. So our coming picks, Pittsburgh and Cleveland is our next 2. So a couple of AFC North teams back to back.
Fun to see Cleveland back on the clock and what they do.
Well, and if they wanted to go Peyton Wilson, they can certainly do that.
Don't do it.
Cleveland's going to have like everything but the quarterback. And if DeJean figures it out, man, a dangerous football team.
Right.
I
do or don't have the pick.
I definitely don't have the pick, but somebody thinks they do. It's clearly not the correct pick because that player's already been picked. So we gotta figure this out. Somebody's wrong.
But was it on your list of people that you?
Yeah, who's been pretty reliable to this point, but this player's already been selected, so that's not we're not running with that. We are not going to run with that. So stay tuned here for Pittsburgh.
I'm proud of us for not busting once.
No. Well, we got
man, it's Teets has it.
Does he? Oh,
with the 84th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers add Roman Wilson, wide receiver from University of Michigan.
Killing it, bro. They're killing it.
They have just let the board come to them consistently. They have found good value. They get a ton of offensive infusion. Faltanu, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson. You should be over the moon, Sam Teets. This is an awesome draft class.
Stacking awesome draft class. What they got last year with Keanu Benton and Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr. Now you're coming back with this. I mean, these are foundational moments here for Pittsburgh and Omar Khan and like the direction of this team, man. Like they are killing it. And I think the hard part is like, so is Cincy in so many different ways. But
we watched Baltimore sit there and get Rosengarten at 62.
Right.
So they have let the draft come to them as well.
It's going to be a monster, that division, man. Cleveland's doing well with their non-first round pick. They're on the clock right now.
Watch them get Wilson and Michael Hall with their 2 picks if they have the willingness to take that risk on. And I think they're with what that roster looks like, they're one of those rosters I do think could view this in the 3rd round as worth the risk.
Yeah, that's going to be a bloodbath of a division.
If it wasn't already when the whole division
right?
had winning records.
They had 3 go in the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 that won playoff games.
Oh, Pat, right. Is the AFC North the best division? Top to bottom, probably.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's comfortably the best division.
Like realistically, the floor is Pittsburgh right now, and they have crushed 2 drafts in a row, have found winning seasons, and have upgraded
quarterback. Yeah.
With 2 different players for absolute bare minimum investments.
Comfortably the best division. Because I mean, who knows about Dallas? Like, I don't think the NFC East has a case.
No, I think they're too top heavy.
I think we need to learn more about the NFC North. Like there's potential there, but like we need to see that happen.
Mhm.
Not the NFC South, not the NFC West. Even though the NFC West is pretty strong. AFC West, no. AFC South, no. I don't think the AFC East, like we don't know what the Jets are and the Patriots exist. It's the North.
It's the AFC North is probably the best division of football.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. All right,
Philly?
we're waiting.
Is Philly on the clock?
No. The
Spud.
Colts are on the Colts are on the clock. I need this Browns pick is what I need.
Oh, so the Browns pick is in, but not announced.
Yeah, not known to me at least. Somehow I was Johnny on the spot, and then I guess I've normalized here a little bit.
Slacking. We got 16 picks left. Who's been keeping track of our 100s? I know we had
Scott.
Corum and Roman made it. So I think that puts us at like 75, maybe. Browns, Zach Zinter, is that?
I don't have that yet. We have had some trades here. We had the 49ers moving up. As soon as I can confirm this Cleveland pick, I will do that.
So Eagles trade down, 49ers up at 86. Who is this for?
Was their offensive line? I think of them as an offensive line team.
McCormick.
Maybe.
Norzad. Dominic Pooney. Seems like he has a lot of fans.
I'm one of those.
Get Roman Wilson's name crossed off here. This is one of those things this is one of those times that you and I talked before we went on the air. Like we've been on for 4 hours.
Right.
But streaming is a little bit of a different mentality than like doing a podcast or doing a show. And the element of being a streamer where like there's dead air, like when you do a show, dead air feels so awkward. But like 4 hours into a stream, y'all are rolling with us. We're waiting on a pick. We could speculate on who San Francisco's coming up for.
I just like to get the Browns pick. Like, why don't I have the Browns pick yet? That's driving me nuts.
We're 75 of 84.
Okay, so that means our ceiling is 91 at this current moment.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have the Browns pick with pick 85. The Cleveland Browns select Zach Zinter, offensive lineman from Michigan. Good for him. Had the big injury late in the season, still going in the top 3 rounds. Probably a stash player, but maybe you look at him as a potential starter next year. And we've looked at Cleveland as a very complete team. I think they had the room to make a pick like this.
Yeah. This was and they had a bunch of injuries on their offensive line that really killed them last year. Mm-hmm. And they transcended in any way. But this was my 6th best available player at this stage of the draft. I think if he wasn't coming off of the leg break that he had to end his season prematurely, I think he might have been gone already. I think he could have been potentially a late 2nd round pick.
The 49ers traded up here. They go from, the 49ers trade 94 to 86. They give up 132. So they give up a 4th round pick to move up like 6 spots in the 3rd round. Like in 94 to 86. It's a pretty aggressive trade here.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I invoked the name Brandon Dorlus when they were on the clock at 64.
Wouldn't that make a lot of sense?
Just his versatility in that front, I think would be a really good fit. But I also could see them going with any of these interior offensive linemen that are still on the board tier 2. Okay.
We have the 49ers selection. The 49ers select Dominic Puny, offensive tackle, Kansas. Did we have him? I hope we did.
I'm fairly certain that we did.
I like Puny a lot. One of my guys in this draft, and one of my gripes about San Francisco was I felt like they needed some more offensive line talent. I thought they got overmatched in the Super Bowl, and I think there's a toughness right with Puny that I just really appreciate. Really strong, firm hands. I think there's some versatility with him as a tackle guard type player, but I think he's got some natural power here that I think is going to be an asset to San Francisco. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him work his way into this starting lineup sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think he brings a little bit of a different element as far as just you mentioned the physical toughness, and he has some. That Kansas offense was a little weird, wasn't it? Evaluating that offense and evaluating some of the
things. I texted you. I was like, I like Jason Bean, man. Like, he's not an NFL player, but dude, he was fun. He was a riot back there, man. Just playing ball. Like, give me that over like Keon Slovis, right? Like, or these like boring ass quarterbacks that you see all the time getting a chance.
The A word.
I don't think I'm allowed to say it. Don't tell Ross Jackson. But he was there was a fun factor there. He wanted to chase some big plays. He just ripped it, man. I loved watching him.
Why don't we tell everybody about our competitive side?
Well, Kyle, I've been told I have a competitive side. I know you do. And our competitive side is a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times. I'm sure probably about 160 million times now after I've said this so many times. It's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations, building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I could charge them rent on my iconic properties just like classic Monopoly, but now I can also rob their vaults of riches for myself, and the leaderboards show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competitive side that loves it. You can team up with friends and people all around the world in timed tournaments to earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go now for free on the App Store or Google Play.
We had somebody say, I want to thank Joe for competitively rating my vault.
Is that what I said?
You say, yeah, you raid vaults.
Yeah, it's part of the deal, man. So you get Monopoly Go. You should check it out, man. Love being in those tournaments. We could do it. We have people all over the world here. We could play together.
Matt said, as great as that ad read was, Joe used a swear word, so I have to log off. Yeah, here it is, Mr. Googly Pants. Want to thank Joe for competitively rating all of our friends' vaults.
Glad to do it. All right, so the picks that we're awaiting here. Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa Bay. All the Bays are picking here. We have a stretch of 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5 picks that involve a team with Bay in their name. So this is an important stretch of time here.
Is it Maris Lufal of Dallas? I've seen a couple people in the chat allude to that, which I would hate that pick if we're being honest, but
I can't confirm that at this current time. Yes, I can now confirm it. Maris Lufau.
Why, guys? Maris Lufau, linebacker, Notre Dame, is the pick for the Dallas Cowboys at 87.
Yeah, I kind of thought of him as a very a late round guy.
I had a 7/UDFA grade on Maris Lufau.
Flavor draft, Kyle. Flavor draft,
indeed.
He was like the 7th round special teams, him or Steel Chambers, put him in and move on with your life, right?
Right. He can play in space a little bit. I thought he was really shaky in the box, really shaky fit in the run. I think he's going to have to make that roster on special teams. Undoing the good graces of the Cooper Beebe pick.
Interesting report here from Jordan Schultz. Keon Coleman was the receiver that Josh Allen wanted. So there you go. He got the pick.
Yeah, so everybody don't get mad at Brandon Beebe.
Right. Josh Allen can do no wrong, as I know.
That's
right. So there you go. He's the one who wanted the player. That's interesting. Comes from Jordan Schultz, who's does well with Bill Scoops. So Maris Lufau. That's not going to help the top 100. Not going to help it.
You know what? I selfishly, we had set the floor. I think 80 is an acceptable number.
Yeah, you want north of 80. We should get there, right?
I think we're at 76 with 13 picks to go.
Okay, so we're going to get there. We had Spencer Rattler, didn't we?
Yeah.
We need somebody to come draft Spencer Rattler. That needs to happen.
Somebody mentioned Xavier Legette in the chat. Did you see the question of him getting asked like what his emotions were when he got drafted?
Yes, you sent me that and I watched it.
Could you understand the
Yes,
back half of what he said?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of focused in. I mean, I live down here, you know.
So he's got the thick Southern draw accent, but then he gets excited, so he starts talking faster.
Yeah,
and he lost me. I was like, "What?" I had to go back, and I still couldn't piece it together. I was like, "Dude, he'd be so much fun to have on your football team." I was just so jealous that Carolina got him.
Natural joy about him, like I like people like that, where it doesn't feel like you can't knock them off. What they're happy, man. You're not knocking them down. I love that.
Yeah, Packers on the clock.
Think so. The Packers are on the clock. We'd like for them to make a pick. We have not got
allegedly they have, according to Ian Walsh in the chat. The illusion would be the alleged pick. We'll call it the alleged pick until we get the confirmation. Would be a running back, Joe.
Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd, a running back out of
there's
USC.
There's a lot to like with Marshawn Lloyd.
Except for one problem.
Well, you got to take care of the football.
Not only does he fumble all the time, he also drops passes. 15% drop rate. He has like 8 fumbles. And never, like, it was just a perpetual problem. But you put that aside, he's obviously very gifted. Good size, good athleticism, creative with the ball in his hands. Like, there's a lot of likable traits. Yeah, I think he does well with yards after contact. He's a bigger back, but he's got to take care of the football. So he comes into Green Bay, who has, of course, Josh Jacobs.
And then we have Tyke Smith alleged at 89. Oh, no. Where'd you go?
I didn't go anywhere. I'm right here.
No, you disappeared. You left the chat.
I left the chat. Yeah,
you came back, but allegedly Tyke Smith to the Bucks, which I'm super fired up about. I like Tyke Smith a lot.
Yes, you do. And we debated him for our top 100. I hope we put him on there. I don't know if we did or not.
I'll be really ticked if you talked us out of it. Because I argued Mason Smith too, not to throw it in the bus.
Yeah, well, the Bucks do select with pick 89 Tyke Smith, the safety out of Georgia.
So nickel safety, played low. Unique evolution as a player who, when he originally came to Georgia, he was more of a high safety guy. And as a nickel safety, we've alluded to Tampa having only 3 safeties on the roster. I think that's a guy who can play some big nickel sub package stuff for you from the jump. Oh, so it was me who had the issue. It's my video bumped.
Mm-hmm.
I'll shut up now. But I like Tyke Smith a lot.
Interesting. How do we play him with Antoine Winfield? You play Winfield deeper and play him low more? Do you play more 3 safety stuff? How does this work with Jordan Whitehead? They're all good players. Just what do you think the vision is there?
I think Winfield, you just move around wherever you feel like you're going to get the most of them week to week. And if that's on the second level, I think you could probably put Tyke Smith on the second level in your sub package stuff and go from there.
So our next slate of picks, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa Bay is back up again, Baltimore, Philly. So Marshawn Lloyd at 88, then the Packers are back up quick. This is the pick that they acquired from the Bills for Rasul Douglas. So they traded this player. They traded Rasul Douglas for this player. It's always fun to think about that.
We had a question from Devin. Why is Troy Franklin dropping so far?
think it's the density of the build, right? He's like almost 6'2", but he's 178 pounds. And so that shows up on tape where you can see him win vertically. He's got good speed. I actually think he's a pretty good route runner, but for a guy that played a lot on the line of scrimmage, I think it's 80% of his snaps on the line of scrimmage for Oregon, you worry about his ability to address contact at the next level, because whenever he had to be physical, you saw that be a problem for him there, where he would get bumped off his spot pretty easily. So I think that's play strength is the concern with Troy Franklin.
I think play strength showed up a lot. He had a 10% drop rate this past year. I thought he had some really frustrating, like routine drops, like concentration type drops. So I think he is somebody who is more of an authentic Z as a receiver that's traditionally kind of runs your, not a volume player, runs your routes that lift the coverage. Not a guy that's going to get a ton of targets. Almost just have my first Freudian slip, but with an expletive, and I don't want to kick what's his name out again, who left because you dropped the cuss word. But I think the concerns with the drop, the lack of physicality, I think he did get bumped off his tracks too often if he had to deal with contact. And then the fact that he is, I don't think there's a lot of positional versatility for him as far as the wide receiver routes that he runs.
I think if there's anything appealing about him is with Oregon, we had the Cardinals pick, it's Elijah Jones, corner of Boston College, pick 90. To finish up that thought on Troy Franklin, he was their go-to guy, right? Like a good offense. They wanted to go to the ball, him with the ball in big moments. And for an offense that was like 30% of throws behind the line of scrimmage, Troy Franklin's depth of target was still pretty far down the field. So I like how he produced in that offense. It's the projection that you can get concerned about, and that's why I think he's still available at this point in the draft.
Seth, Peyton Wilson still being on the board, shocking? No, I don't think so. As talented as he is, 2 season-ending shoulder injuries, 2 season-ending lower like ACL tears. I believe they were both ACL tears. I just think that's a lot for a guy who doesn't have like the real rocked up frame, right? He is a little bit more of a narrow build on top of the injury issues. So I'm sure a lot of teams had him either off their boards altogether or significantly discounted just because of the medical concerns.
That's good questions. Pull up my notes. All right. So we have Green Bay. Their pick is in at 91. So we need to just get that. Again, they just picked Marshawn Lloyd. Now they picked
a good player. Be my recommendation.
Who's the safety they drafted? Because they went. Remind me of the Packers Hall if you can.
It was Bullard. Was the safety?
Bullard, yeah, Bullard. Good call. That was who I'm looking for. So Jordan Morgan, Bullard, Marshawn Lloyd, and whatever player they pick right now.
All right, so Elijah Jones came off. Let me update my board.
Oh, they also have Edger and Cooper. Yeah.
Tyke Smith. Did I take Marshawn Lloyd off? No. Maris Lufau, I believe I took off. Dominic Pooney. Is it Pooney or Puny?
I would guess Puny.
Puny? Like tiny?
Check. I have pronunciation notes. If you'll give me a second, I'll be happy to tell you.
Puny? Tyron Hopper. According to your brother.
Is this pick?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is definitively not a player that we would have had.
Yeah, that's not going to help our top 100.
I think we'll probably be lucky to get 80, dude.
Are you serious?
We've been ice cold. I think we had Elijah Jones, though.
Yeah, we did. All right, so the Packers draft Missouri linebacker Tyron Hopper. So they get 2 linebackers here in day 2 in Edge Cooper and Hopper.
I think this is a special teams guy for them. Now, maybe there's some developmental upside to grow into. but I think at least immediately, I can't imagine that he would take big time snaps. Hopper I had in the 6th. The flavor draft.
And we're flavoring it up here. Bucks, Ravens, Eagles, Bills. Your next 4 selections.
I feel like the Bucks have had like 20 picks in this round.
Best interior offensive line talent still available. It's getting cleaned up pretty good here. I guess Christian Mahogany, Bo Limmer, Tanner Bortolini, Cedric Van Pran, Mason McCormick, Hunters Norzad is my best available interior offensive line.
I have Mason McCormick, Hunter Norzad, Bo Limmer, Trevor Keegan, and Tanner Bortolini, all with 4th round grades.
I like the Bortolini a little. He was a fun watch for me on tape. I liked him a good bit.
You know what the comp was, and I couldn't unsee it once I saw. I think it was Lance Erline had it.
What's that?
Michael Dieter.
Yeah, I wonder about Dieter. I thought Dieter was just like a better player in college than he turned out to be in the pros.
I would be inclined to agree with you. Started at center his rookie season, I think it was, or started at guard. He started at a spot, and then just never. It felt like he never progressed, and he didn't necessarily have the. It felt like he didn't have the anchor or the punch power. Kind of reminded me of who did we sit on the bus with last year at the Senior Bowl? He wasn't a center, but Ole Miss, the old Nick Broker.
Nick Broker, yeah, that's right.
It's the same kind of play style, but just that inside, dealing with 325-pound defensive tackles is just a hard way to make a living.
People asking me who I want for the Bills. I would like Tez Walker a lot, the receiver out of North Carolina. I would like Austin Booker or Mo Kamara, edge rushers. Those would be picks that I like a ton. TJ Tampa is stands out to me as a BPA pick. Brandon Dorless would be a pick I like out of Oregon. So those are some names I'm kind of expecting, like Troy Franklin. That's who Josh Allen wants, obviously. So we'll see. Those are some names that are in my mind as the Bills do get closer to being on the clock here.
Bucks take Jalen McMillan, wide receiver, Washington Huskies.
That would have been a player as well that I would have liked for the Bills. Malik Washington, yeah, that's another good call out there, Joe.
Jalen McMillan's a nice player.
Yeah, route runner, right?
Yeah, very smooth. I think Polk was a little bit more twitch, and McMillan, I thought, looked a little bit more like a Dunze as far as just like how graceful he was and how he moved. I think that's a nice add at this stage of the game. I think, Tampa, we talked about their weapons and potentially getting some infusion of young players there. They found some explosive, young, late round guys as of late, but I think McMillan brings a level of polish that I don't think anybody after Godwin and Evans have at wide receiver.
Yeah, different type of skill set for the room as well. So I think it's a good pick for Tampa. Receivers have kind of been taken quite a bit, but I think getting guys like him and Roman Wilson here lately, really, really nice selections.
Yeah, good values here in the 3rd round.
Baltimore, Philly, Buffalo, Jacksonville, Cincy. Your next slate of picks. We're waiting on Baltimore to make their selection. Then we'll get to Philadelphia. Again, Philadelphia, they traded back, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the pick that they traded with San Francisco to move back. So there's the loop. Tyron Hopper is who Green Bay traded for Rasul Douglas. So there's that.
Who's your best available quarterback? Quarterback.
Spencer Rattler.
Who's your best available running back?
Jalen Wright.
I have Bucky Irving. Who's your best available wide receiver?
Tez Walker.
I have Malik Washington. Who's your best available tight end?
Theo Johnson.
Who's your best available offensive tackle?
Wow, Javon Foster.
I also have Javon Foster, the 5th round grade. Who's your best available interior offensive lineman?
Bo Limmer.
Mason McCormick. Who's your best available interior defensive lineman?
Dorless.
Brandon Dorless. Do you have your pick yet?
For who?
Whoever's on the clock. I'm just filibustering until you get a pick.
I like what you're doing. I was enjoying that.
Are you on the clock?
No, not yet.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't want to rob you of your reaction. Who's your best available edge?
Mo Kamara.
Mo Kamara. Who's your best available linebacker?
Peyton Wilson.
Peyton Wilson. Who's your best available corner?
TJ Tampa.
TJ Tampa. And then I'm assuming you have Dadrian Taylor Demerson as your best available safety.
That's right.
And I have Kitano Ladapo as my best available safety.
All right. So the Bills are on the clock.
At pick 93?
Yeah. So we're still waiting on the Baltimore and Philadelphia picks.
So Buffalo's on the clock at 95.
Yep.
If people ask me who I want, who I don't want, the league's got my room bugged, and I ain't getting what I want. So I'm not answering any questions about who I want anybody to get.
It's a dangerous world we live in, being very honest about draft stuff, and then
right?
You got to live with whether or not your team does it or not.
Well, and then even like the Patrick Paul was a flip the table outcome in the first round. He was my 3rd best available offensive tackle, and I do recognize the offensive tackle need. I'm not enthused with developmental players again. I think that's my bigger issue. But in the same light of the Chop Robinson pick, I understand why this was the selection with Teron Armstead and Teron Armstead having contingency plans for Teron Armstead. Maybe Kendall Lamb plays inside that had been talked about last year. There's some stuff we got to figure out. But I know my listeners heard Patrick Paul and they heard me say on Tuesday, the week of the draft, I'll flip the table if they draft Patrick Paul, with that being the intent of being the pick at 21. They're like, oh, Kyle's pissed.
Ravens select Adisa Isaac, the edge rusher out of Penn State, which I hope is helpful for our top 100.
I believe we had him. And then Philly went Jalix Hunt, huh?
If you got it and that's good, then go with it.
That's what the chat is saying.
So there you go, bub.
Light me on fire. We joked about putting Jalix Hunt in.
Yeah.
Top one. This is who was the Colorado linebacker they drafted?
Come
on.
Devin Taylor.
Davion Taylor.
Yeah.
And it's like a dude was like a track star, played like 2 years of football, and they used a top 100 pick on him. It's like, oh, why? And Jalix is very toolsy, and I understand why there's excitement there, but for a top 100 pick over Mohamed Kamara and Austin Booker and some of the other guys of the edge group, it's not for me. But let me get Adisa Isaac.
Yeah, and then I guess you have Jalix Hunt. That is done to Philadelphia. That's
yes, thing. that is the other pick.
Now the Bills are on the clock, folks. Here we go. Give me Tez Walker. I think Troy Franklin's definitely in play. Ooh. Nope. Okay. Sorry.
Got me excited.
I got excited.
What did you think it was? Did you see a name on the timeline?
Yeah, I saw a name. I saw a name and I was like, oh, yeah, that'd be good. Come on, the Bills. Get us to number 80 here. That's what we need from you.
Are we at 79? Yeah.
We're at 79.
Oh, we can still do it. You just got to run the table.
We can do it. Okay. All right. With the 95th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke.
Okay.
And what did I have him graded? I think I had him as a 4.
I think you had him as a 4 too, because we had some discourse.
Yeah.
On him.
Man, I think the Bills needed some interior pass rush. And so I am excited to get him. They needed some cost control in their depth, right? They're paying Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones. And then they have Deshaun Williams and Austin Johnson as their primary backups on 1-year deals. And so I think getting Dwayne Carter on a 4-year cost-controlled deal, a guy that is 302 pounds, 33-inch arms, runs sub-5 40-yard dash, productive. I mean, maybe not this past season, but 25 tackles for loss, 12 sacks for his career, 7 forced fumbles, a really hard, like, charging player. There's pass rush ability here. And so I think I like the idea of improving the depth of your interior and getting some pass rush and getting some youth. Now, he's a little bit older. He's going to turn 24 in December this year. But this is a player, I think you even said to me, Kyle, in our conversations, you're like, you felt like Dwayne Carter was a Bills type player.
I did. Yep.
So good call out there.
The chat's split
on the reaction to Carter.
Yes. I see.
Okay.
I'm out. Bills draft ... He's red in your chart. Logical pick. He's a beast. Don't love it.
Sounds like reacting to an NFL draft pick, right?
It's every pick, right?
Right. You have thoughts on Carter? I know, like,
I like him.
Yeah.
I think there's some nice. You mentioned the pass rush ability, and I think that's something that obviously pops with him. Not a consistent 3-down player, but I mean, some of the guys that have been getting run for Buffalo the past couple of years is some of the rotational inside guys. What, like Jordan Phillips and
Tim Settle.
Like, I'd much rather have Dwayne Carter in that rotation than those two guys.
Right.
So I think you're upgrading your rotation in long and late, to borrow from the great Joe Marino, long and late down in distances.
Yeah.
Maybe if you were going to go that route, maybe would have liked Brandon Dorless.
Yeah, I would have picked. Yeah, that's fair. I know. Way to put me there. Put me into the bait.
I mean,
I'd take the bait. But yeah, I would have picked Brandon Dorless over Dwayne Carter for sure. I think it's a better prospect. But I see the vision, right? Leadership. I know that's been a big thing for this team. You know, I think you kind of see him being able to develop into that type of role as well. So I'm on board. I'm on board with it. So we're into, this is compensatory pick world now. So these are the bonus picks. Jacksonville.
No. Don't we need 96 still?
No, this is a compensatory pick.
Oh, because we had we had a forfeited pick in the third round.
Yeah. So compensatory, which you can trade now. Remember when you couldn't trade them, and then these picks just went so fast?
That was so dumb.
Right. What a weird rule. Here's a draft pick that you cannot trade. You must use it. Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, Commanders will get us.
Everybody. The Dolphins forfeited their 3rd round pick as a part of the tampering allegations for Tom Brady and Sean Payton.
So did we have Dwayne Carter on our list? That's going to be, did they get us to 80?
I don't think so.
Oh, you hate to see it.
So we should probably, between that and trading with the Chiefs to let them get Xavier Worthy, you guys are really on the shit list now.
Right. Just absolutely destroying everything. All right.
Why did you guys trade with the Chiefs, by the way?
Because it was the best deal for the Bills, you know? Apparently, I think Xavier Worthy is the next Tyreek Hill. I heard that.
Sue and I have also heard the Vikings or the Falcons are going to get popped for tampering, only to piss off the guy that they tampered with. Because Kirk's agent said they found out when the team was on the clock they were going quarterback, and it made him mad.
That's what they said, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that some of that stuff's goofy? Like, people get all twisted up about, like, well, what we didn't notify the players that this was going to happen. Like, do you have a burden to do that?
I don't know. Josh Allen gets to handpick what wide receiver he wants at 33. Like,
just do something that's different.
Is it? At least
include
include you on the discussion. Be like, hey, we have this premium asset, top 10 overall player. We're going to draft your 5-year replacement. Who's on the clock?
The Jaguars.
Okay. Barry, NFL Network called Carter a 3-down player, and you guys say no. I think he can be a 3-down player. I think he's got to be more consistent to do it.
Yeah, I think you think about a place like Duke too, right? Like we're not like brimming with defensive line talent, right? And you think about guys playing together and fitting the run.
Counterpoint.
Right.
Talk to me about the ACC offensive line.
Obviously amazing. Great trench play. Got Gonclave's going in the top 100. You know what I mean?
Mason Johnston, the best Clemson offensive lineman in the history of the program.
I think so. Certainly better than Mitch.
You just texted me a couple weeks ago. Hope he's doing well, Mason.
He hit me up recently too. Good dude.
Hey, Andy, thanks for tuning in. We're just wrapping up. I have not peed yet.
Is now that a point of pride for you or what?
It's now a thing. Yeah.
You want to piss, don't you? So bad.
I'll be honest. I do have to pee now.
What are you doing, man? Go to the bathroom.
We're in compensatory pick window. We got 4 picks. 5 picks, 4 picks.
Doing this to yourself, man. You're nuts. You're absolutely nuts.
I'm just waiting on the world to change, waiting on Jacksonville to make a pick here.
Right. It'd be helpful. Like I'm not even late on this, right? Nobody has it.
I haven't seen it. Wire to wire Kyle. That's going to be my new Twitter name. Wire to wire Kyle.
You wouldn't.
You're right, I wouldn't. It'd be funny though. Super competitive. You're right, Sam.
Right. So Monopoly. No. They get this done before 11:30. We don't have to talk about LinkedIn, you know?
That's right. Did we do an 11 o'clock though?
We might have missed it.
What better time than now?
Oh, it's okay.
Waiting on Jacksonville.
LinkedIn. I just did Monopoly.
Yeah, so it's LinkedIn.
When you're hiring for your small business, you want to find as many quality professionals that are right for the role. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job, but might be open for the perfect role. In any given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So if you're not on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. In fact, 86% of small businesses get a qualified candidate within 24 hours. So hire professionals like a professional on LinkedIn. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Ross Jackson jump scare coming your way. Just be prepared.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef design recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy to read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
Jacksonville selects Florida State cornerback Jerry Jones with the 96th overall pick in the 2024 NFL draft.
And with the 97th
all we had
pick,
to do was do the ad read, and it would have came in.
Right. 97th pick, Bengals kit McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M.
They
Kyle, what's wrong with Brandon Dorless, man? What's going on here?
I mean, McKinley Jackson's a totally different body type, right? So,
for sure, but
97 for McKinley Jackson. Are we sure?
Well, it wouldn't have been my 97th pick.
It would. I had a late 6 on McKinley Jackson. So all the goodwill that Cincinnati's built up with these amazing
ruined it. It's over for them.
Ruined.
Right.
Top 100 pick on McKinley Jackson. Sorry, I got distracted by somebody was saying DJ said that Carter was a 3-down player and arguing where we're playing 3 downs versus being a 3-down NFL player is too different. Like, we just don't agree on whether he's ready to do that in the NFL or not. That's all. Jaron Jones, I liked him as a super competitive nickel type player. That Florida State defense had a lot of dudes that flew around, and he stood out to me in a big way for the competitiveness that he played with. A little over grabby sometimes, sure, but I think he's a nice compliment for Jacksonville when you consider what their cornerback depth looked like. They had Antonio. It's not Antonio Hamilton. The safety from Texas A&M last year. Day 3 pick.
Antonio Johnson.
Antonio Johnson, thank you. As kind of some of their versatile DB types, I think Jaron Jones complements that well.
Here comes the Steelers. We have Steelers, Rams, Commanders. 3 picks left. Are we still sitting at 79? Or do we have Jaron Jones?
I don't know. I would be inclined to say we probably didn't.
Oh, man. Come on, Pittsburgh. Help us out. Someone's got to pick. Spencer Rattler is not going to go, is he?
I can't imagine that he does.
Unless the Rams pick him with 99. That would be the only chance.
Is it Peyton Wilson?
So we had 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, and then that's it.
I think we should really just abolish day 2 quarterbacks, though.
I don't disagree with that. And
that conviction to draft a guy in the top 45, you should probably get the extra year on the contract for a quarterback contract.
Peyton Wilson, linebacker, NC State, Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah.
That's number 80. Of course, it's Peyton Wilson. And Spud, I have Dwayne Carter rated higher than Joe Marino does.
Right. Much higher.
It's not hating. It's just like I think he's a better pass rusher than he is a run defender. And I think his leverage and ability to get off of blocks and run defense, not playing in the ACC and playing in the NFL, is going to have to get better for him to be a 3-down defender in the NFL.
And
that's all we're saying.
Guess what the Bills have? Daquan Jones and Deshaun Williams and Austin Johnson, who are run defenders. You had room for a guy that's more of a penetration style player. Okay.
He was like the highest 4th-round grade I could give. He's almost the top 100 pick. I like him more than Joe. So I'm not hating, I promise. Yeah. So Peyton Wilson, seriously the pick to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, seriously a thing that happened. And the Rams picked Cam Kinchins at 99.
Did they really? Man, they love – that's not really surprised. They got a lot of run out of
Fuller. And
Jordan Fuller's a great name to invoke for a player that had instincts and didn't run well at all, but they still got a ton of mileage out of. So that's not super surprising that they would take a roll of the dice on that kind of player. Rams.
I don't think we had Kinchins, Kyle.
Well, he was another one of the guys we went back and forth on, but we're at 80 at least.
Yeah, we got 80. That makes me feel pretty good. Can we get to 81?
81, baby.
It's in the hands of Adam Henry of the Washington Commanders to make pick 100. Yeah.
Isn't it Adam Peters?
Adam Peters. Hello. Hi. Yes, it's
we've been on for 5 hours.
Almost 5 hours. We're coming out. I've slept 4 hours in the last 48. So
Adam Henry.
Adam Henry. Wide receiver coach for the Buffalo Bills is who that is.
Is that really somebody?
Yes.
It's a real name?
It's exactly who he is. Yes, he's the Bills wide receivers coach. Yes. So
I am glad I stopped doing timestamps after the second round too. That would have been a pain in the butt. So it's Washington. Who do we think, if Washington was going to get somebody here?
I mean, I'd like Austin Booker for them. I think a receiver might not make – that'd be a good pick for me.
Or Mohamed Kamara, right?
Mo Kamara would be a heck of a pick, yeah.
I have 4 second-round grades left.
Do you?
No first-round grades, no late ones, early twos. I have Theo Johnson, Brandon Dorlus, TJ Tampa, and Keon Oladapo.
I got TJ Tampa and DeJean Taylor Demerson. Man, the Steelers crushed it, man. Are you kidding me? Peyton Wilson, Roman Wilson.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, just wow. Like, just did not miss in my mind. That's unbelievable.
So this is pick number what?
100.
100.
Sam Seeds, you should be on the moon, my guy.
This is not kidding.
I don't like the way that that's phrased.
Well, for us, from a content perspective, you come out the end of this and you have content for months.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Well, and obviously the preparation and it's really forever, right? Like, these players, you did the work in them. You could talk about them forever.
When guys hit free agency in a few years,
yes,
you have that bank of who these players were when they came out.
Right.
And you see teams do that. They walk away from the draft process, and there's players that left an impression on them in the interviews that they didn't get because somebody else drafted them, and then they hit free agency and they're like, I remember talking to you back then. And sometimes that helps in free agency too. Arizona did have a draft, Michael. Although we still have all day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean the draft is it half over? It's not half over. It's not half over.
You need the first 20-something picks, 24 picks tomorrow to get to the halfway point.
Yeah.
So we're waiting on who?
The Commanders.
They need to take command with this pick.
I would agree.
And get everybody on with it.
And mostly pick a player from our top 100. That's our biggest.
That'd be preferable. Picking a player period so I can go to the bathroom is also preferable.
This is going to be the fastest sign off you've ever seen.
They're like, we are out of here. Is it? I think Frank's got it.
As you say, Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah.
It's Luke McCaffrey. Commanders, pick 100.
Good for him. He's a nice
quarterback. Yeah. 2 nice productive seasons at Rice. Pedigree, obviously, very obvious. I like this pick. I had a 4th-round grade on McCaffrey, so this is fairly appropriate value to me. And I think it's kind of a sneaky little need there for them at receiver. And I think in a spread offense like what Cliff Kingsbury is going to run in Washington, I think he's got a real shot. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I think he's a really likable, smooth player. Really good body control, too. I thought stood out to him as far as just natural ball adjustments and showcasing a pretty big catch radius. So a nice foil to kind of the twitchy Dotson and obviously the route technician that Terry McLaurin is. So another weapon for Jaden Daniels. That's it, right?
100 picks in the books.
100 picks
3 rounds.
Hayes in the barn, as they say.
It is.
So you're going to go do podcasts for Dwayne Carter and
Keon Coleman,
Bishop, and Cole Bishop.
Yes.
So how are you going to break that up?
Segment 1 will be on Keon Coleman. Segment 2 will be.
I was curious if you're going to do 3 shows or
no. We're going to
be a long day.
No, we're going to do. Yeah, we're going to do about 10 minutes on each. Flesh out my thoughts. Set the stage for day 3. We'll have a lot of conversations next week. Really kind of get into the big picture. Like there's so much to do, but for now, we're going to get acquainted.
Sue asked what the plan is for tomorrow. We are not live tomorrow. Are we doing a show tomorrow?
I don't know. We have to talk about stuff like that.
We have to off air, but we are not streaming tomorrow. So we will be checking in throughout day 3 periodically on social media and whatever else Joe and I may or may not decide to do. But we'll get ourselves together. You guys take a break, get yourselves together, and we'll circle the wagons and come back tomorrow for day 3, which we are looking forward to. And we appreciate all of you who tuned in with us for our day 2 live stream. Great group, everybody rolling with us. Those of you who went wire to wire, we appreciate all you for making us your destination for 2024 NFL draft coverage. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3.